go. Let's go get it. Let's go, let's go. All right, where are we at? You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker, don't you mess around with me. Start off with a copyright infringement. There we go. Bill man, what's going on? Let's get it started. Let's get the clack-a-lack. Clack-a-lack. 64 degrees in Iowa, 100% humidity. God damn. Where we at? It's 67 degrees here in Ohio. What's the humidity at? Humidity's around 70. And I'm headed to Wisconsin. See how it is over there. It's gonna have to have the windows down for a hot minute till this air cools us off. Let's go. Raleigh, North Carolina trash driver shocks the council with powerful speech.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, residents, and people of this great city. My name is Charlene Parker. I'm Equipment Operator 3 at Solid Waste Services. And we come before you not with anger in our hearts, but with urgency in our voices, because the time has come to speak plainly about the conditions we face and the dignity that we deserve. We are the men and women who rise before the sun, who collect your trash, who keep your neighborhoods clean, and who carry the burden of the city's waste on our backs every single day. But even as we carry that burden, our calls for help go unanswered, our warnings are dismissed, and our worth is ignored. We drive trucks that fail us, trucks without working mirrors, trucks without safe brakes, trucks that break down before breakfast, and still we are told to get it done. We wait hours with no backup, no plan, no word, and then we are blamed for not doing enough. We are asked to perform the impossible and punished when we fall short. We speak up and we are silenced. We ask questions and we are lied to. We serve we have not earned over drivers who have given years of service, who have spotless records, and who know this work better than anyone. And let me say this loud and clear to the leadership of our department. When you keep making the same mistakes over and over again, they stop being mistakes and become who you are. And we will not stand by. We are not disposable. We are not the problem. We are the heartbeat of this city.
Yeah, Bill, come in, man. We have a conversation. I know you got to type. I got to talk, and sometimes I can't see the chat because I'm preoccupied, rolling. But, yeah, man, come chat it up. And I know all about the cornfields and holding that water. As I live in Pennsylvania, and let me tell you, when it's humid, it feels like you live next to the lake. That shit is rough. And then the wind be blowing until that shit dries out. You be cooked. Sweaty, steamy windows. Oh, I understand.
We do not come asking for handouts. We come asking for fairness, for safety, for truth, for respect. We come asking that the chaos be brought to order, that our leadership lead with purpose, and that our work be met with the dignity it deserves. We do not wish to strike. We do not wish to walk away. We wish only to serve and to be heard. But if the city turns a blind eye, if this council does not act, then you will wake up to a city that cannot run, not because we refuse to work, but because we are pushed beyond the point of return. Let us not wait for that day. Let us fix what's broken while there's still time. And legacy isn't about titles. It's about what you leave behind in others. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, driver. Thank you, driver.
Strength training, now at a new level. Gym Monster 2 is an all-in-one design that covers 100% of
Most guys don't know where they stand in terms of women. They assume if they're not getting constant attention from women, they must not be attractive. But what if I told you that most attractive men often don't realize how much they stand out? Because women don't always make it obvious. So if you ever wonder whether women find you attractive, but you're not sure because they're not throwing themselves at you, pay attention. These exactly where you stand. And once you recognize them, you'll never question your attractiveness again. And if you want to take this even further, to not only recognize the signs but amplify them, grab my book Attraction Secrets. It breaks down exactly how to build the kind of presence that makes women successful. What's in the description? So let's get into it. Number one, women hold eye contact and then look away fast. When a woman finds you attractive, she won't just glance at you. She'll make eye contact and hold it for a second longer than you. It's her way of testing if you'll notice. And if she looks away and then looks back again, that's a huge sign. Most men miss this because they assume women are just being nice. But trust me, eye contact that lingers even for a moment is never random or fast. Here's what that looks like. You walk into a coffee shop and as you scan the room, you catch a woman looking at you. She holds eye contact for just a second, longer than a normal random glance, and then quickly looks down at her drink. A few moments later, she sneaks another look, checking to see if you're still looking. That's not an accident. Women don't make eye contact like that unless they want to be noticed. And if she looks at you twice, she's acknowledging your attractiveness without trying to be too obvious. Number two, women find reasons to be around you. Attractive men cause women to naturally gravitate towards you. If you notice women positioning themselves near you, it's not by chance. They'll hang around you, join in conversations that you're having, or pass by more often than you generally used to. It's a way to get on your radar without being too obvious. For example, you're at a party and you notice a woman who keeps moving in closer, even though there's plenty of space. Almost every time you look up, she's there. She joins your group conversations or stands next to you at the bar, waiting to see if you'll notice. People like to be associated with attractive people, so this is her way of associating herself with you. Number three, people listen when you speak. Being attractive isn't just about looks. It's also about presence. When you talk, people stop and listen because your words carry weight. People are naturally drawn to those who speak with confidence and authority. So if you notice that people are paying attention when you speak, leaning in, holding eye contact, or waiting for your input, you're projecting the kind of energy that commands respect and attention. This is due to something that I really tear apart and I really dissect in my book called the halo effect. The halo effect is a psychological phenomenon where people subconsciously assume that if you have one highly desirable trait, like being attractive, you must have other high-quality traits such as intelligence, confidence, or leadership. They associate
ain't lying, Bill. There's a lot of trolls out here, man. And every once in a while, I get a good old racist troll trying to say something all extra out of the blue sky. Who knows? I don't understand, but it is what it is. People are weird. People are cool. Some people are confused. People are people. But I appreciate you coming around checking me out, man. I do see you on the feed often, and I do appreciate your support, man. So whatever's clever, man, come drop a comment, start a chat up. We can kick it, ask whatever you want. I don't mind tough questions. I just don't like disrespect. Anybody can come on here and say whatever they want. I mean, that's what it's all about. About the content I'm listening to, about shit, just about random stuff. Stuff I said in past videos, whatever. I'd like there to be a lot more conversations going on. Usually people online, they feel real bold and emboldened to say all kind of stuff, but mostly it's just quiet. Which isn't bad either. I don't want people out here going all off the hinges. But definitely express some feelings. It's good to have a good, positive conversation that's going somewhere.
She had good looks with good manners, intelligence, and confidence. And because of this, attractive men often get more respect, are taken more seriously, and have their words carry more weight. People instinctively assume that if you look like someone important, you must be someone important. And the more you reinforce this perception by speaking with confidence, using deliberate pauses, and commanding the room, you reinforce your attractiveness. Picture this. You're in a group conversation, and when you start talking, the energy shifts. You notice people are focusing on what you're saying, and women in particular stay engaged, nodding, smiling, or reacting to what you're saying. That level of attention does not happen by accident. Number 4, women mirror your body language. When a woman's attracted to you, her body subconsciously follows yours. It's a psychological response called mirroring, and it's a clear sign that she's tuned into you. If you change your posture, lean back, or touch her face, watch if she subtly does the same. This is because she feels a connection and wants to sync her energy with yours. A lot of times, women don't even notice that they're doing this. If she movements even slightly, she's subconsciously drawn to you. Here's what that against the bar with one elbow, and a few moments later, you notice that she has done the same. A sip of your drink, she picks up hers shortly after. If you start noticing these patterns, she's locked in on you without even realizing. Number 5, you get compliments on more than just your looks. Attractive men don't just hear compliments about their appearance. They usually also get comments about their energy as well. Women feel something when they're around you, and it shows in what they say. Instead of just, you're handsome, you'll hear things like, I like talking to you. You have a really nice voice. There's just something about you. You're different. You have such a confident vibe. You're so easy to talk to. I like how you carry yourself. These are not random. When a woman says things like this, it means she's already processed that you're good looking. Now she's focused on the details that enhance that. Number 6, you catch people staring at you. Attractive men naturally draw attention without trying. If you often catch people looking your way, whether it's women sneaking quick looks or guys sizing you up, it's a sign that your presence stands out. Most people do not hold eye contact, but those quick glances are their way of noticing you without making it obvious. Here's what number 7, other men respect you or get competitive with you. When you're a highly attractive man, other guys notice, and they react in one of 2 ways, respect or competition. If you're getting a certain level of respect or resistance, it's because they either see you as a threat or someone worth following. Here's some signs men respect you. They listen when you talk. If you're in a group setting, you notice that other guys actually stop talking to hear what you're saying. They copy your style. A guy starts dressing or grooming himself like you, even making similar jokes or talking in a similar way. They introduce you to other people. If a guy respects you, he won't hesitate to include socials and introduce you to others. They ask your opinion. In a group, men will naturally look to you for your input before making key decisions. Now, here's some signs that men see you as competition. They try to one-up you. You tell a story, and then suddenly another guy has a better one. Anything you do, he immediately tries to top you. They get passive aggressive. Backhanded compliments like, man, I wish I had as much free time as you do to hit the gym, or enjoy it while it lasts, are clear signs of insecurity. They act friendly with other women when you're around. Some guys will suddenly turn into the life of the party, trying to outshine you. They ignore you in group settings. Instead of engage with you, they'll try to redirect the attention elsewhere. This happens because men instinctively recognize knowledge social. Number 8, people assume you have options. Ever had a woman act jealous before you even told her you were seeing someone? Or had a guy casually ask how many females you were talking to without you even saying anything about your dating life? That's not random. When a man is used to being wanted, it shows in how he carries himself. His confidence is not forced. His presence is not desperate. And people pick up on that energy instantly. The way you expect attention instead of hoping for it. It's subtle, but it's powerful. This isn't just about looks, it's about social. The more desirable you appear to be, the more desirable you become. It's basic psychology. People want what's already wanted. A woman might give this away by saying something like, I bet you say that to all the girls. She's assuming you're naturally charismatic. You probably have a ton of women in your DMs. She's curious about your options. I can't believe you're single. She sees you as very high status and wants to know why. Bottom line.
Hey, Bill, man, you take care of yourself. Whatever you got to do, man, fix your diet, get the more exercise in, whatever it may be. It might be something simple as drinking more water. You just be easy out here, man. I lost my uncle. He trucked it for years, and my grandfather trucked for years. My uncle passed from diabetes. His ass just like to eat too much. That's pretty much what it was. He liked to eat, he liked to drink, and he didn't like to do any type of exercise. So, yeah. You know what not to, we all know what not to do. But yeah, man, it's too often that we see truck drivers out of shape, out of weight, and going through a lot of health problems. Because this is a very sedentary lifestyle, and unless you get out and force yourself to do some kind of walking or exercise after 11 hours of driving, sometimes 11-hour driving and a 14-hour day. Matter of fact, most of the time. It gets a little rough. And over 35 years, you said? Yeah, man, it compounds. Yeah, man, take care of yourself and take it easy. Health is better than anything, man. Health is gold. I'd rather be healthy and broke than rich and busted.
And if you recognize even a few of these signs, you're more attractive than you think you are. And women notice you even if they don't make it obvious. The key is to now start owning it instead of continuing to second guess yourself. And here's the thing, being attractive isn't just about recognizing the signs. It's about knowing how to amplify them so women don't just notice you. They won't be able to ignore you. And if you want to learn exactly how to do that, grab my book Attraction Secret. It lays out everything you'll ever need to know to make attraction effortless and become the kind of man women chase. So that makes sense.
Introducing Week 2 in a Line.
Well, before you got into modeling, you never thought that there were male supermodels. That really worked. But next thing you know, you became a male supermodel. Yeah, I just don't know, bro. I just wanted, my thing was, I wanted to get in super because I was doing music videos, I was doing acting, I was doing commercials. I was everywhere, man. I had landed a Ford car commercial right before Ralph Lauren, so I made a nice big check off of that. I think I made like shit, I don't even know, man. It was a big check I got, like 50 grand or something, plus residuals. And then that's how I got my SAG card. And then the next thing you know, I started getting like Sprite commercials. So I did at least 2 Sprite commercials, and I remember Sprite wrote me a check for 100 grand, and I walked around with that check in my bag for at least a couple weeks, and I just pulled it out sometimes eating lunch and just kept looking at it, but I didn't even cash it. So I was just like, all right, I need to cash this check now. So I basically just put it in the bank. And then I remember talking to my accountant, because I told him, I said, Ralph's got a Ferrari, I want a Ferrari. And he said, look, kid, keep working, And not even 6 months later, I was like, I showed him the check and he was like, you can get your Ferrari now. So I went to the dealer to go get one, and you know, I was just pretty nice. I had on Rolex Submariner, a polo shirt, I think polo slacks, and probably some Air Jordans or something at the time. And I walk into the Ferrari dealer, and the lady's like, little boy, are you here with your father? And can I help you?
All right, no more insulin shot. That's what's up, Bill. Well, listen, you reverse the harsh signs of diabetes. So listen, I got hope for you, my boy. You doing the damn thing. Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead, Bill. That man, you got control. A lot of times what happens is when you start getting yourself together, as one thing goes, you find out you have a couple other issues that you might have to take care of. But that's okay, because if you didn't get rid of the one, you might have not even known you had the other. And now all there is to sort that one out like you sorted out the last one, Bill. God damn it, Bill. I applaud you, my guy. That's an applaud right there.
You want me to show him something? And I was like, no, I'm here by myself. I come to buy a car. And the lady was like, oh, you're too young. And she laughed me off. So then I went home, told my mom. So my mom was like, yo, why are you so down? I said, I went to go buy the Ferrari today. She said, how did it go? I said, the lady thought I was some little kid. Because, you know, I looked so young, and she couldn't believe, like, you know, somebody at my age was coming in to buy a Ferrari at the time. And then, you know, I don't think it was a black thing. I think it's more so just I looked super young. So I told my mom. She knew a car broker, and then I told him what happened as well. And then he was like, where is this Spring Valley Ferrari? Okay, don't worry about it. What kind of car you want? What color? So he went and ordered the car, bought the car. The car got transported down to my house, and, you know, I went back for the first service. So I'm in the same showroom again, walking around in late season. And she's like, oh, you're back. She said, what are you up to? I said, I get my car service. She said, what? I said, yeah, I bought the red Ferrari with the tan interior convertible 355 a couple weeks ago. She was like, oh, that was you? I said, yeah. She was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know, I had no idea. And then, you know, over the years, we got to know each other. Me as a salesperson, so we became cool. She got to meet my stepdad. She became cool with her and my mom. It was really cool, but it was the funniest story. She said, I had no idea. And she said, as soon as you told me who you were and what you did, she said, I kept seeing you in like Vanity Fair. I kept seeing all these polo ads. And she was like, you still look like a kid though. Still look like a kid. I said, yeah, I don't blame you. I would have been skeptical of me coming in here too, but you know, she just thought I was some young rich kid in the store with my parents. So, funny story.
A Jewish journalist released an article today attacking my character, trying to smear me. The intention was clearly to call Return to the Land as a whole in question.
Many people dream to go viral on social media with a skit or commentary video or just anything in general. Because going viral can really help your cause. If you're promoting something, you're selling something, or you're trying to become a celebrity, going viral really.
What are you gonna watch? Ferris Bueller?
Helps. It can open a lot of doors for you professionally and financially, but not everybody who sees you go viral wants to help you. There are people who are going to scrutinize your work because simply your existence threatens theirs. Now, what am I talking about? If you are in a certain industry and you go viral and your company is promoting a product, it may very well be taken away from somebody else. That's one example. Or the ideology that you're sharing could threaten somebody else's ideology. And this is what's happening with Mr. Eric Orwell. Eric Orwell is the founder of the RTTL, Return to the Land. And this is a whites-only community existing in Arkansas, Missouri. It's not only anti-everything white, but it's very specific. What? It's very anti-black. But even more, number two, it's anti-Jewish.
What's up?
And whenever something is anti-Jewish, you can believe that Jewish people are going to clap back. And this is exactly what happened on the Daily Mail just on July 30th. Susan Green, a contributor for the Daily Mail, wrote this first blog. Outrage over disgusting plans to build whites-only enclave near tiny Arkansas town. That's what it's called. That was the first shot. But wait. There's more, but she didn't stop there. Whites community leader Eric Orwell does booty clapping videos with what? Oh yeah, it's like leader has a troubled past. Seems like he was busy enrolling women at No Condom Community College. He wasn't just doing it in the privacy of his own home. He was actually recording it on video. And of course, this news went viral all over the world. People were sharing it, and people were pretty much calling this guy a hypocrite because you're out here pushing a message of Christianity to the world and how you have all of these values you online.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the energy.
How you have all of these values, but you were booty clapping online. And he actually decided to address these claims.
Regarding the specific claims that were made, she tried to paint it like until recently I was making explicit content online, doing webcamming, and that is not true. Over 10 years ago, in my early 20s, for about a year, a little less than a year, I did make explicit content with my wife at the time. That's true. And I wasn't a Christian. I didn't have the values I have today. I had some similar ideas. You know, some of what I believe today, I believed back then. But I was lost, like many young people are still lost today, because I didn't have that grounding in traditional morality. I wasn't raised in a strong Christian household. We attended church occasionally, but where was that moral foundation? You know, I questioned all sorts of things. You know, part of how you get to fringe politics too is you're inclined to question prevailing norms. I extended that wider than many people, and I engaged in pretty degenerate behavior in my early 20s. I was doing drugs at the time. I was just not in a good place. So for the last decade, I have recognized the failures that my lack of foundational values led me to. And I don't want to see my children and other white young people go down those same paths. So I did make mistakes in my life, serious mistakes that I regret. And now a Jewish journalist is trying to dig up things from more than a decade ago to question whether what I'm doing now is in earnest. Her goal is to make it look like I'm doing all of this as some kind of grift, as some kind of trick. I mean, you could come out here and see what we're doing. We are actually building communities. I've actually organized this next phase, getting new communities established, new places. I'm constantly on the phone. I'm constantly responding to messages. Just ordinary people, media. I've done what I could since I stopped working full time. And before that, I donated countless hours trying to promote this cause. Not because I thought I was a person and moral exemplar that everyone else should follow, but because I believe in the cause. You know, we deserve our own spaces. If we voluntarily want to perpetuate our identity, we should be allowed to do that unmolested. So, yeah, I mean, shockingly, it is true. In my early 20s, I contributed to essentially history. Private streaming, never something with other people in the room. It was my wife and myself at the time. And it's wrong.
As we saw, he actually admitted to it. He said, hey, this was something that happened in my life before. It's not indicative of who I am now. And I wanted to see what people in the comments said, because basically, you know, he's the leader of this particular group, or at least one of them. What did the white people say? Is you don't owe anyone information honest actionless purity spiral over that article. Zoomer says you could have handled this better. Thanks for clearing the air, brother. I don't care what this is actually a jigger. Did the fruits of his labor outweigh the sins of his past? Thank you, Arball, for your contribution to our people. Tony says, based on these replies, it seems like the Jewish tricks are no longer working. John says, a human being who has sinned, that's crazy. God bless you, brother. The only people who are attacking you today on X are Jews and their paid shields. Keep up the good work. So let's see if I have this straight. You did something 12 years ago that doesn't live up to your current public image today. And this revelation has what to do with white intentional communities exactly. Now, other people didn't feel the same way. But another person goes, did you sleep with your wife online or you're not? And that's actually the claim that he was broke at the time, and so him and his wife were doing these things for money because, well, he was always a loser and he didn't have anything to do. This person goes through all the past, one I'm sure most of us are not proud of. Hats off to you for being honest about this whole thing. That's honesty is making more and more people want to join. God bless you. Then he goes, I'm no Christian, but thank you for all you've done. Keep going. Martinez goes, nobody's perfect, mate. Is a Jewish journalist similarly trying to derail Jewish-only sentiments in Palestine? I doubt.
Here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be.
Nobody's perfect, mate. Is a Jewish journalist similarly trying to derail Jewish-only sentiments in Palestine? I doubt. Now, if you guys thought that that was hypocrisy, that's one thing. Next thing I'll shock you. So his ex-wife is here. It's this Caucasian lady out there. They recently got divorced. Her name is Caitlin Smith, okay? Now, they have 4 kids together, but they're no longer there. Well, what's the problem? She lives in the community with Orwell. She's also a white supremacist. According to that article in Daily Mail, she basically celebrated the 100th anniversary of Hitler's manifesto on July 18th. She is self-described as a white identitarian, okay? And she loves living there. However, they found her name on the Chatter Fate, okay? And what is her interest? She's interested in men, women, trans, and couples.
What?
That's right. She's interested in trans. So let me get this straight. What's the problem here? Well, they don't want anybody identified in the LGBTQ. So even though she is a self-proclaimed white supremacist, she also is interested in trans, so she doesn't mind getting her cheeks clapped by the trans community or clapping trans cheeks. And that's a hypocrisy, but she's allowed to live in the community when actually she should be kicked out of the community by their own rules. And that's really the problem with these sort of communities, is that you're always going to get somebody that's going to be biased and commit, these sorts of rules. And the reality is that she's probably clapping black dudes too. Down. You have a guy that's really never accomplished a whole lot in his life. He basically claps cheeks for cash. He's still broke. He's still begging for donations. His wife or ex-wife is still in the business of booty clapping. She doesn't mind getting clapped by those who are trans. And so she's sexually immoral, although she's supposed to be white and Christian, but she's able to live there. So what does this prove about this particular group? It's probably not to be taken so seriously, all right? These guys don't really have a whole lot of money. They don't have a whole lot of skill. And again, if they want to live there, I think that, hey, it's their right. I mean, most people do this kind of stuff anyway without saying anything. But like I said, it's nothing to be threatened by. And again, what will happen is these people will start to live amongst each other, and they want to get away from the blacks or the Jews or wherever else. And what happens? Well, once they get together, they'll start fighting each other. All right, like this is what happens. So let's all come together because we want to be white and we want to have our values. And then, you're going to find out that they're going to be sleeping with each other's wives. People are going to be stealing stuff. People are going to be doing a lot. People are going to be lying. And then all the human problems come out, and then now they're going to be beefing. Not a lot of resources. Somebody will be scammed. And every problem that happens when you think that everybody else is the problem and your group needs to be by itself, and then you forgot about this is the world and you do need everybody else in the world to a certain point, and you're just ostracizing yourself out of it. Yeah, it is just a really big issue there. But hey, I'm not a hater, man. Do you? So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shaky Jackson. Get it again. Look what's on the hub. That's what I'm doing. For all that you do, subscribe to the bell. We're out.
I need all the help I can get.
All the information you need to make the best call for your car. That's the plus in Tires Plus.
I just bought one of the best Lamborghinis Lamborghini have ever made. The Lamborghini SVJ. This car is no joke. 770 horsepower, a raw, naturally aspirated Lamborghini V12. No turbos, no electric motor, just pure V12 carnage. Lamborghini only made just over 1,800 of the SVJ. Means the price for these are skyrocketing. But when one's involved in an accident, it means we get the chance to get one at a bargain. Here we are at Copart to collect the most expensive car I've ever bought. And I've got the right jacket for it. We're about to see it now because we've only ever seen it in photos. And guess what? It's my birthday. If there's one place to get a crash damaged car like this, of course, it's Copart. I took a risk on their auction and was the winning bidder of this Lamborghini SVJ. And unlike the Revolto, let's hope this risk pays off. Oh, look! I do have a good feeling about this one. I don't even know what to do. Oh my god.
Look at the size of it.
Oh, David, it's big. Wow. Oh, we were calling this absolutely comfortable van. That'll be cheap. Oh. That's the thing. This car was sold as a non-runner. I'm just hoping the engine hasn't seized because it's starved of oil. God, it feels like a spaceship here. I've never sat in one. Literally never sat in one. But the good news is, none of the airbags failed. Yet again, as we found on my car though, these crash sensors, they have been hit definitely since come off, but no airbags have gone off. Great for people like me, not great for the person.
What do you have to do to set the airbag off? Like, look at this car, it's a
I think you've got to try on.
What do you think?
Right, this isn't
This one goes here.
I can fit in it.
And some of you may have noticed that this is not only an SVJ, it's an SVJ Roadster. The roof comes off this one, which makes it even more rare. Thanks for this one, Copart. I think we've just got to fix it now. And remember, it's not just Lamborghinis Copart auction off, they do loads of different cars. And you can even sell your car through them as well. So if you wanted to become a member of Copart and start bidding at the auctions, I've popped a link in the description for it. Now this is better than the Revolto. It's got to be.
Do you think this is going to be better than the Revolto?
This has got to be better because it's just everything that was bad with the Revolto, this don't have. It looks better than the Revolto, in my opinion.
I think that, in my opinion as well.
I think we made the right choice. Get rid of the Revolto, which is plummeting in value, buy an SVJ, which is going up, only up in value. And on top of that, it is the Roadster. 900 coupes, 800 Roadsters.
But this is a one of one. What? Because nobody else has got a spongy steering wheel.
It's like, it's been a while since we picked this car up and something's happened to the wheel. Oh, that is disgusting. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty disgusting. But I also noticed something else at the back. It looks like there might have been a fire, and it could have something to do with the oil cooler that looks like it's exploded at the back. Oh! But luckily, the PPF that's on the carbon fibre has actually saved that part of the diffuser. How does PPF protect its flames? Let's get the SVJ inside to inspect it further. SVJ. From the outside, I don't think the damage looks too bad, and we've definitely repaired worse. But my main concern, of course, is that engine. If that oil cooler exploded at the back and the engine lost all of its oil, but the car kept running, it could have caused some serious damage to the engine. Alongside that, we need to be 100% sure how far the damage has gone. With that back left wheel being so far in the yard, to the moon, it could have caused some big damage behind it. Goal number 1. See if this thing runs. This isn't really a one-man job, is it? Yeah, there's no way you can. Do you know if you're on your own, you need to add oil, what are you going to do? Oh. Whoa. Has it got any oil in it? At all? Oh. Okay, there's absolutely none in it. These are going to be low anyway because it's dry sun. But there should at least be a drop on that. Okay. I don't want to risk starting this car without any oil in it. And I suspect there's no oil in it because of that oil cooler. So this wheel, to get these wheels off this center lock wheels, I mean the tool. The tool isn't in the car. So we can't actually get this wheel off. I can't get this wheel off. There's only one guy I know who's got one of these. Maybe we can borrow it. Hi Mark! Hello. I wonder if you can help me on this SVJ now. I need to get my wheels off, but I don't have the wheel getter off at all. We thought you might have one.
Yeah, I will have, yeah, no problem.
Can I borrow it?
Go out for the day.
So Mark was kindly going to lend us his wheel removal tool, so I sent my dad over to his to go and get it, whilst I stayed with the SVJ and started to strip apart what I could of the damaged parts.
This side, those bolts are perished, so I don't do anything.
Started off with the rear end first. My goal was to try and access the rear oil cooler and then potentially make something to bridge the oil feed pipe and the oil return pipe together, bypassing the cooler. That way we can add oil and potentially start the car. But whilst we're taking stuff apart, I noticed something. Oh yeah. Finally! There's not one in this lot here, so somebody is definitely had an exhaust on it, and somebody is just thrown it together. Like this stuff just not plugged in all over. Look, rear camera, not plugged in, rear light, not plugged in. Not plugged in. Oh my god, yeah, these ain't the right bulbs. These are not the right bulbs. Yeah, look, you can see the circles. Yeah, that's quite worrying. Hopefully they've only messed with the back. Oh! Exhaust temperature sensors. Not plugged in. It looks like someone's been here before. And I think I've got a good idea of what's happened. When the car got roped off and before it got sent to auction, there's potential that this SVJ had an aftermarket exhaust on it, which could have been pretty expensive and maybe not covered under the insurance. So it looks like someone has taken that off in a rush and put the standard exhaust back on. But some parts doing so, which is kind of worrying. What else have they missed out? Yeah, hey! Not sure, haven't checked yet, but a lot of this is the same as a regular Aventador. So you've got the Aventador S, the SV and the SVJ. And if it's the same as the Aventador, we know it's not as expensive as the SVJ stuff. It's like when you buy a 911 Porsche, if you have a GT3 or GT3 RS and it's only specific for them, you know you're getting charged a fortune. But this is just like a regular Aventador.
I am worried about it, boy. Because see, honestly, he's annihilated the price of the Aventador. Like, where would the spare wheel not be on a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ?
Hey there. So the Aventador SVJ actually doesn't have a spare wheel or a designated place for one, since it's all about maximizing performance and minimizing weight. Instead, it relies on a tire repair kit and a jack. So no secret compartment for spare wheel nuts.
I'm driving now already.
That sounds like an exciting drive.
Razor bumps? Get a shave with a touch of aloe. Venus, extra smooth sensitive.
Wow.
Yeah, we're prepping for Bravo-tacular at Car Bravo.
It's gonna be big.
He does.
Driving now already.
That sounds like an exciting drive.
So whilst those two tried to figure out where the wheel nut was, I started removing the oil cooler and all the brackets which are damaged around it. Oil feed and then the oil return is left the chap, so that's down there. So let's get the oil feed off and then we should have that oil cooler off finally. And then we found exactly where all the oil went. It looks like the oil return pipe completely broke off the bottom of the oil cooler. Hopefully when the car was turned off. But this oil cooler has definitely seen better days. And now that it's off, you can clearly see the oil feed pipe and the oil return pipe at the bottom. And at that point, Mark had finished winding the dial.
I'm joking.
Here it is, second-hand oil cooler off eBay that I bought, £700, which I think is not too bad. We're going to put this on, we're not going to pop it on properly just yet because all this quarter's got to come up. We've got to clean it all up. We just want to see if this runs right now. On goes the brand new second-hand oil cooler. All we're going to connect up is the oil feed pipe and the oil return because all the brackets which hold the cooler definitely need to be replaced. Let's nip that up and that should be good enough to hold some oil. We've got oil cooler on. Just a thought as well, there might actually be coolant in it because any like coolers at the front. Yeah, there is coolant in it. Just still cool. This thing is 100% going to need a service with them.
Anesthesiology. Anesthesiologist. Ha ha! Got that.
It needs a right good going after because this looks like it's been almost daily. It's just worrying because someone's put this together and it weren't us and it weren't Lamborghini either. 5W30 to go in. The car is going to run terribly because there's things unplugged that should be plugged in. The point is, if this car runs, this is a massive, massive bonus. Let's put some oil in it to make sure. Put a jumper pack on, see if we can get it going.
He went outside and put on Google saying, where's the key for the SVJ? And the AI woman told him that the SVJ doesn't come with a key for the wheels because it's weight saving.
Oh, so we have that line in the cupboard?
Yeah, we had it in a special toolkit.
But when
yeah.
you buy an SVJ, it doesn't come in one?
No.
No way!
It's weight saving, you see. There's more weight in the car. If you got one of these.
No.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't come with a tool to get the wheel off. You're joking.
Do you know how much that tool is? £208.
Second hand.
Yeah.
Second hand. Yeah. £324 plus VAT for a new tool. Because you meant to check these when they're hot, aren't they? At the minute, there's nothing in there. No oil in the engine? Well, nothing in the dry sun. All that in there. If it's not, instantly it's better than the Revolto. The whole car, the whole Revolto had to be put together for it to start. Right, there is a pyro fuse, but no airbags have gone, so it shouldn't have really popped. We ended up putting the jumper pack to the correct jumper locations at the back of the car, just to avoid doing any damage to the battery. Who's start 7? So it's done 23,000 miles, not 30. And hopefully now it's got power, it might start.
That is disgusting.
Oh, this is sick. Look at all this, it lights up. Oh. The Revolto didn't do that. Got ignition. Who's that? Are we going to do it? Here we go. It's in gear 1. And when I press the start button, nothing happened. Low battery, please charge. So let's boost it.
I'm standing back.
Boost it. That in a minute, really. Come on. Yeah? Go. Still nothing. Just to make sure that the pyro fuse was in the power going to the starter motor. But on this one, it was still good. It's good. The pyro fuse is good. But the battery is really, really small for a car to crank over 12 cylinders. It's a really small battery. This battery was quite small, and it was an M1. So as well as the jumper pack being on the back, I decided to put another jumper pack on the actual battery as well, if that would help it start. Here we go. Oh, it's struggling, but still nothing. Dead. I don't think it's got enough charge. Oh, I remember on Aventadors though, when you press them, it takes a while for them to go, doesn't it? You press it in not an hour. So no matter what we did with the battery, nothing started this car. So maybe it was something else. As soon as you let the battery die on these, it killed something else off, and it was something under here. And there was a procedure to get it to go again, and it needed a Lamborghini tool.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Revolto to me.
It does, yeah. I think it's this, whatever this thing is. This thing to the right hand side of the battery is called a super capacitor, and apparently it's there basically to provide help to that small battery to start the car. It gives the battery that extra bit of power when starting the car from cold, and helps it during the stop-start procedure. But apparently, if you let the battery die on these Aventadors for long enough, the supercapacitor also loses charge. And if that loses charge, then it fails to send power from that to the starter motor. But there is a way to bypass it in a temporary way, and that is to remove the cable going from the supercapacitor, which goes directly to the starter motor, and just put it directly to your 12-volt battery, which should be fine enough just to start it once. So that's what we've done. But still, after doing this, we had no luck. No, if the engine seized, then we all really perished. Which kind of worried us. Had the engine actually seized, and that's why the starter motor wasn't able to turn over the engine. So we started taking the under trays off underneath to get to the starter motor directly. This is an effectively, why I like it, is a automated manual gearbox. So it is a manual box with a single clutch, but it's an hydraulic system that changes gear for you. So technically, if we put power to the starter motor now and it's in gear, it might actually just start. So with the starter motor,
First, you need 12 volts going from the battery to the starter, but then you need a signal from the ignition switch to send power to the solenoid, which then makes the full connection, which spins around the motor to crank the engine. So what we're going to do here is remove the signal wire which goes to the solenoid and put our own wire in place.
Okay, so this wire is going to go on the solenoid. I'll activate it.
I'm going to slide that wire in place, and then we're going to add some crocodile clips to the wire which provides the 12 volts to the starter motor. And we're going to activate this manually. By doing this, we should be able to activate the starter motor without pressing the button in the car, and if the engine turns over, we know it's not seized.
When I flick that little black wire there, this one, onto there, everything should happen.
No, the ignition, let's see if it cranks, because if it don't crank, we're in big trouble. Here we go. Yes! It cranked. Engine's not seized. Yeah. I don't know if this will work. This could completely... I wonder if you can switch it off. Now we know the engine turns over. I was going to put the ignition on, and then my dad, ignition on, was going to crank the starter motor.
What's on the brake? I'll turn the starter key.
Oh my god, you ready? I was hoping... Jump back, die. We need another jump back. Now you can see the car's stuck in first gear. So when we're turning over the starter motor manually, it's not only turning over the engine, it's also trying to turn the wheels as well. So it's like there's just not enough power to fire up the car. We then used a higher powered jumper pack to try. Still nothing. We couldn't work out why this car, one, gear, and two, wouldn't start. So I got the video. But the only rear wheel steer sensors, which would have no effect on it starting.
Lamborghini Aventador can't be started while in gear. I don't know.
I then called Sonny at BHP Performance, a Lamborghini specialist, to see if there was some kind of neutral override for the gearbox, but there wasn't one. We needed to figure this out ourselves. Let's reset ourselves back to zero, and we're going to think like a Lamborghini SVJ. Sonny at BHP Performance, who's a Lamborghini expert, who's had a lot of time with these cars, is in fact a Lamborghini SVJ inside himself, so he knows how these cars work, and now I know he's passed the knowledge on. Here's the thing, to get this car started, you not only need fuel, oil, coolant, and battery power, you also need help from the gearbox. At the minute, at the front of the car, we've got 12 volts in its AGM battery. That's good at the minute. But the car won't start because the car's actually stuck in first gear. The car's stuck in first gear because apparently if the battery goes flat and then also the supercapacitor goes flat, because the supercapacitor holds some charge to keep everything alive, then sometimes this little ECU, well, we call it a TCU because it's a transmission control unit, that falls asleep and doesn't wake back up again. So because that's fallen asleep and doesn't wake back up again, we can no longer select neutral, and we need to select to be able to start the car. That allows the starter relay to click over when we press the button there. So our first point, putting everything back to how it was. Because our main goal now is to get this car to go into neutral. Because we think that's the reason why this car won't start. When you open the door of these cars, it's meant to prime the transmission pump. The way this car changes gears is through solenoids in the transmission, and it needs 50 psi to push the solenoids of the transmission fluid. And at the minute, we're not hearing anything. And that's because that transmission control unit is fell asleep. But we can prime the pump ourselves. All we've got to do is take this fuse box cover off, then we can see the relay, which is for the E-gear pump. And then we're going to remove that relay, and we can figure out from that where we need to manually put the power. So on this diagram, and here we can see terminal 30 has the power all the time on this, which is this one here. And then what happens is 85 and 86
draw a current, which is 85 and 86, which goes around a coil, which works as almost like a magnet, which flicks the switch over to allow the power to go from terminal 30 and then down to terminal 87 and 87A, it says. So that and that all together should power the E-gear pump. So instead of relying on the transmission control unit to send the signal to the relay to flip the power over, we're going to do it ourselves by bridging the power out of this section and putting it into this section. And to do that, I'm going to be using a nice bit of speaker wire, and then we should hear the pump. Now this pump should build up around 50 bar of pressure, and the tone of the pump should change the more pressure it builds up. But this pump was just wearing the same regardless of how long we held the power to it. It's time, isn't it? No, I think it would primed up like that. Yes, it is primed up.
Well, we can try it now, couldn't we? If it doesn't move.
I popped the relay back in because it might have woken that up now. Just doing that.
Is that the E-gear?
Yeah. That was the E-gear prime. Have we got neutral? Have we got neutral? No. No neutral. So the transmission control unit must now be awake, because when we open the door, the E-gear pump primes by itself, but it can't be building up enough pressure because we still can't get it out of first gear, which is stopping us from starting the car. Gearbox malfunction. And now that that control unit is awake, it's sending a signal to the dashboard telling me I've got a gearbox malfunction. So now, if I scan the transmission for faults, it might actually show me what's wrong with it, whereas before it never did because the control unit wasn't awake. Transmission, we've got 5 faults. What are they? Hydraulic pressure unit loss, TCM power relay sense circuit lower limit not reached. Now I was just going to clear these fault codes first. So our suspicions were right. The pump's working, but it's not building up enough pressure. I then could go on to live data on the diagnostic tool to see actually how much pressure the hydraulic system actually has. Remember, we need 1.2, stuck on 1.28 bar. No, and then it's dropping down now. But we couldn't get the pressure to go past 1.2 bar. Found something else. Okay, so we've got live data, 0.64 bar, and then do you know when we get the pump going, we can get it to go to 1.28 bar, it won't go any further. As soon as we let off the power, it drops straight back down.
Right, okay. Right, so have you got the car on the ramp?
Yeah.
Right, do you pull the centre section out of the car?
Yeah.
Obviously you've got engine and then gearbox, and on the end of the gearbox you'll see next to the prop is the
valve system kind of thing,
the water system. You want to see if there's any apparent fluid loss.
No pouring seats in this house. Right, Mom? With more jackpots than ever, Phantom is perfect for a trillionaire like me. Ex-trillionaire.
So we've got power to the back now, but we've still got no start. The car's stuck in gear, and that's the reason why the car won't start by itself, because it's stuck in gear. It needs to be in neutral to start. But we can't move the car out of neutral. To move out of neutral, you need hydraulic pressure in the gear changing system. You need 55 bar, which is an insane amount of pressure. We can get 1.28 bar, then it drops down. That's by manually putting the thing on. And so we need to find why we're losing pressure. Has it got no fluid in its build-up pressure, or is something broken underneath? So we're going to go and have a look underneath the car now to see if something is broken. Last time we had the car in the air, there wasn't anything I could say that was obvious that stood out that was broken, but now we're looking for a leak, and somewhere from the gearbox, if we can find it. We've got to remove these panels here, and take a look. a bit of wet.
Which is what's used in the transmission hydraulics.
Okay, so it says the gearbox fluid is separate to the hydraulic fluid which is used to change the gears.
We were just going to unplug one of the sensors just to see if it was leaking out of there. But I can't say it looked like it was leaking from the sensor.
Oh, I can see a seal here. Can you see that green seal? It's like a bit wet. Yeah, it don't look like it's in.
It looks like this solenoid, which shifts the gears, is almost bent out because you can see the oil seal poking out of it. Maybe that's where we've lost the fluid from. Oh, look!
Oh!
That's done it! That's it! That's it there! Into that.
Now, no shifter oil, so because of no shifter oil, it's neutral, and because it's turned into neutral, we don't start. This has got to be it. Oh, I think we found it.
It looks like this transmission mount, which is cracked, has been hit, and that has pushed this solenoid up. And you can see here it's sort of sitting on the wonk, which has pulled its seal out. That is why we've lost the hydraulic fluid for the shifter mechanism.
Oh dear.
This solenoid and hope there's no damage to it. We know where it sits onto the shifter mechanism. It's slightly bent, but we're hoping we can bend that back straight. The actual internals of it looks alright. Time to get bent. And now, that's looking pretty good. We just hope it works. You don't sell these solenoids separately. You have to buy the full shifter mechanism, which is £13,170 plus VAT. I won't be paying that. Now the seal goes in place, and then the solenoid afterwards. Then we can tighten it back up into the mechanism. After that, I'm loosening the bolt, which is covering the hole where we're going to put the fluid back in. This has sort of a one-way valve in it, which allows you to push the fluid in. Should stop it from coming back out. Then another bolt here where the fluid will come out once we've put enough fluid in.
CHF, central hydraulic fluid.
So we pump this fluid into the filler hole until it starts coming out the other hole, which will tell us when it's full. Hopefully that makes sense. And we found the reason why it was pretty hard to find any leaks, because this didn't even take a litre of fluid before it was actually full. Now that the fluid is coming out of the other hole, we know it's full, so we can start putting back in all of the plugs. And once they're all back in, the solenoid looks like it's holding fluid at the minute, but it's not holding any pressure yet.
That's all good. Now to test see whether it works. Right. Relay for that pump, and it should start making the noise and then stop on its own. If it don't, we're going to have to manually do it again.
In goes the relay. There's no noise yet. Let me press the door latch. Then we got the noise.
Hear it? Hear it?
Yes! Stop!
It's gonna go! Come on! It's gonna go! Come on, God! Come on!
Now let's see if it'll go into neutral.
Neutral! Neutral! Yeah!
Welcome to the PetSmart Kitchen in the Just Food for Dogs kitchen. Today we are making a hearty beef and russet potato dish using fresh and simple ingredients that your pups are just gonna love.
We got neutral! Should I see if I can change anything? Oh, it's gone into first again. Oh, let's come out. Oh, it's jumping in and out of first. Oh, it's going neutral, reverse, park. It's doing everything. Yeah, I'm not sure that solenoid worked properly. Was it calibrating? Oh yeah, you can hear it. That's the shift. You can hear it. Yeah.
But will this car start?
Yeah!
It's starting! I can't believe it! no lead. The solenoid seems to have worked. Now, it doesn't run great because we've got no lambda sensors. But we're going to see if we can, we'll see one if it starts up again, and two, whether that spontaneous combustion, what is that thing called? Supercapacitor. The supercapacitor comes back to life once we connect that back up. Will it restart again? Every time! So now we're going to see if that capacitor is actually sprung to life. So we're putting that back to how it should be to see if it'll start. Then we know all of the starting system is all good. We're seeing if it'll start now with it connected as OEM. Super capacitated, connected, all the steering wheel activated. That is one worry over with. Now let's get cleaning that mouldy interior and move the roof panels so it's a little easier to access and see what's going on inside. And then we're going to start attacking the steering wheel. And it's actually cleaned up all right. I literally thought I might have to buy a new wheel, but with a small going over, the interior almost looks brand new again. As for the exterior, well, that's a different story. Let's get off all the damaged panels and work out what we need to order and if there's any hidden damage underneath it all. Off comes the bonnet, and we can see the damaged frame at the front. Luckily, all of this just bolts off and is replaceable. Now we can take a look at what's going on behind this wing. But first we've got to get off the wheel. Once we've got the wheel off, I can access all the bolts to take this wing off. And actually, inside the wheel well doesn't look too bad at all. And best of all, the carbon tug is in good nick. It's just this part of the frame here, which is definitely folded. But luckily it unbolts from the chassis in the front. So again, it is replaceable. Good news over here. Well, kind of good news. Good news, no suspension damage. Really dirty though. This whole car needs a clean and ice blast, which we will do. But damage this top leg here. Now, let's go over to the worst part of the damage, which is the back left. We'll get that wheel off, check the suspension, and I'm hoping we might actually be able to drive this today. Let's go. Moving to the back. For some reason, this wheel sits really deep inside the arch, and we need to find out why. And once we've got the wheel off, we can see exactly why. Oh, that's the banana armor. Oh no!
What?
Oh.
It's like the chassis, is it?
Yeah.
You're joking, where? Oh no.
Well,
does that mean not take the engine?
Nah, because it's not. It's only pierced a hole in it. It's just put a hole in it there. Look. So, looks like some hidden chassis damage, but it could be worse. This thing looks repairable. So to get a better look at it, we've got to remove all this suspension and work out what we need to replace. Right, look at that. But look at that, it looks like some Batman's goggles. Hopefully Bob can cut out and re-weld back in. And look, it's nothing's actually mounted to that bit where it's broken, so it's not like it's not actually doing that much of a job. And it also looks like the hot oil, which will come out the oil cooler, has burned a few wires in the back, which are for this rear wheel steering module. But if we're going to repair this chassis damage, we've got to remove all of this. So we can get Bob from the machine shop the perfect access to weld it back up. So off comes the lower wishbone, along with the wheel hub, and we're going to hang the brake caliper out of the way. So we don't have to re-bleed the brakes. And now that it's off, let's see what's actually damaged on it. I think it bent the bolt. To be fair, actually, that don't even look that bad. It was this bit that's bent, but this is £5,000.
£5 grand.
£5 grand for this.
One each side.
Yeah, one each side. But it don't actually look that bad.
Second, from Lamborghini, it's over £11,000. So I'm going to try my luck. This one, this one we definitely needed. But these weren't that expensive. It's like £130. But that's one we couldn't really get away with that. With all that suspension off, we've now got to start removing this rear quarter, which again is just bolted on. With this quarter out, it will give us even better access to that damaged chassis. And not to mention, the quarter will probably need replacing anyway.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to grow out loud. With FDA-approved Lefulo. And
not to mention, the quarter will probably need replacing anyway. Right, this is it. we're fully clear. Rear quarters off. Now we can repair this. And once we repair this, well, when I say we, Bob's going to do it. Once this is repaired, we can actually start building this all back up again. I'm just going to leave it to Bob now. But so this damage has happened in an area which is kind of a weird welded in part from Lamborghini. And Bob's just going to cut out that part and replicate it by making one himself. Now I'm sure you've seen Bob in plenty of the previous videos, and he's from the machine shop, which teaches people how to weld and shows you guys all its repairs on his YouTube channel.
This has had a bit of heat, and we've got a fault on the motor. So Matthew has asked me very kindly, like he always does, to do some tests.
And whilst my dad does that, Bob's cleaning up the area where he's about to weld his new piece. He's using a bit of paper here to sort of press down on the existing part to make a marking and almost like a stencil so he can overlay it onto the aluminium that he's brought. He can then mark out on this aluminium. Oh, to me, it looks really inaccurate, but when I seen him cut this piece out, it was almost perfect. Maybe I take some lessons from Bob at the machine shop. My dad was still cracking away at the repair on that rear wheel steer motor, whilst I put the VIN number in of the SVJ into Car Vertical, where I can see the full report and history of the car.
Well, all I found is, Matthew, is that this grey one here is obviously broken. Could have put that on Car Vertical.
Do you know what you could have found though?
All information on the vehicle that was buying.
Like the full timeline, every time a registration plate's been changed, every time an ownership's been changed, whether the mileage has gone up, down, left or right, or there's been any outstanding finance on a car.
And also, you can find out if it's been categorised.
The SVJ has got one. Category S for supercar. No, that S stands for structural damage. But luckily for me, Bob is repairing that structural damage for me now. Another good thing Car Vertical does is if your car was involved in an accident, then sometimes it even shows you the photos of when the car was hauled off at the car crash auction site, which is pretty handy to see. And now, Bob's just finished up the welding. Yeah, boy! And as a thank you, please go over to the Machine Shop's YouTube channel and subscribe to them. It looks actually better than new. And that is done without a dent. All we've got to do now is build it all up and we'll be able to drive this car for the first time, and then we can go through all the financials of how much this costs and what it's going to cost to rebuild. But in the meantime, if you want to take your car out, you can do with the link in the description box below, and with discount code MAP, you're going to save yourself a nice bit of discount on that Car Vertical check. Now, let's start putting back on all the suspension. Now I think a lot of this suspension is all good to just go back on, and that one bent arm seems to have taken the brunt of the hit, which is what I've just replaced there. But Dad's fixed this, we're about to find out whether it works or not. We'll plug it in. It looks a bit dirty, but after this it's going to go to the ice blasters, hence why we haven't cleaned up everything else, but the ice blasters are going to blast it. So all of this stuff, including the rear wheel steer, is going back on. We've literally only replaced one arm. Now 9 times out of 10, there probably will be something else which is bent and needs replacing. But to the eye at the minute, it looks alright. So I'm going to take the chance because a lot of these suspension arms are quite expensive, and then when the car goes to real align, we'll truly see whether anything is bent or broken. And good news for me, the rear carbon brake disc is all in one piece. That doesn't need replacing either. And believe me, we've probably checked it this time. So, here's the handbrake caliper, but the part we're missing which is broken, is that. And that goes onto the back of the caliper there, and when the motor spins, it pushes these calipers together and clamps onto the disc. From Lamborghini, if you try and buy the separate left, good luck to you, because they'll try and sell you all of that. But just that separate left of a Volkswagen Passat for £19.95, but it hasn't turned up. But luckily what I can do is put this on, and then I can put the motor on when it comes up. But for now we won't have a handbrake, at least on this side anyway. But it don't matter, we're only trying to drive it out the window door. Right, this is my Flintstones wheel. So
we take care of a lot of things at Tires Plus, like brakes, alignments, and oil changes. But before we do anything with your vehicle, we take care of you first, with expert advice on what's really going on with your car. That's total car care at Tires Plus.
Stones wheel, it's the only form of wheel. And we're going to do first drive, guys, first drive. If this does a first drive, we've got further than the Revolto in episode 1. That's a subscribe, isn't it? That's way worth a subscribe.
Are you subscribed?
I think so. You have to pay.
It's free. And you get to watch cars like this be rebuilt for your entertainment only for free. But what you could get, if you really wanted to as well, to support the channel that you like watching every single week, is some merchandise. Whoa! Unfortunately not free. But there is a link in the description box.
Right, we ready to drive this car out the window?
I'm just waiting.
Now, to see if the SVJ's gearbox actually works. I can't believe it, but already we're going for a first drive. First drive of the SVJ, can't believe I'm saying that. SVJ. This is a full test now to see if the gearbox actually works, whether it turns the wheels, and if it actually does this, we've progressed way more than the Revolto. Let's see if it's gonna go. It feels proper special when you're sitting here compared to the Revolto. Like this feels like I'm sitting in an F-16 jet. Look, so it's like clear jets, jets, priming, clear. Let's go! It was driving. What a machine. A proper Lamborghini. Yes! She's out! It has managed the first drive, start off, first drive, and we're out. I think she needs a name. Suzanne the SVJ. I like it. Suzanne. Okay, Suzanne. Suzanne the SVJ is out here. Looks sick, doesn't it? Now I need to give you guys a price for exactly what was spent on this. Suzanne the SVJ cost me a bargain price, I think, of £230,000. £5 more than I sold the Revolto for, and I think that's £5 more well spent, especially as there's only 2 SVJ roads to share, and the cheapest one is £520,000. And one thing's for sure, we're not going to have to buy a battery for Suzanne. Let's see if we can get Suzanne back on the... I think we can. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, hit the subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
Jamie Dodgers the real flavor.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the...
When I first started covering Sha'Carri Richardson, she was in a public relationship with Jamaican hurdler Johnny Brown, and that was around 2020. By that time, she was with her since 2019, and they had a bad breakup in 2022. I, for one, thought that Sha'Carri Richardson was a full-blown lesbian, so by the time I saw her coming out with Christian Coleman in 2024, I had no idea that she was actually bisexual. And everybody was like really happy for her. The reason why? Well, I think you know the obvious. A lot of people in the black community are still not okay with the LGBTQ, and now she's with a brother from the black community, hashtag Christian Coleman, hashtag FBA, and not with somebody that's from the Jamaican diaspora, right? So we got that thing going on also. But hey, she's back home, one of our people, quote unquote, and she's with a man. And Sha'Carri Richardson was praising Christian Coleman, saying, you know what, her femininity is allowed to show. She was even looking more ladylike, if you will. You know, not as rough around the edges, but kind of like wearing dresses, being feminine, and everything seemed like it was going okay. But then again, and we kind of always understood that Sha'Carri Richardson, despite how much people loved her, had an attitude problem.
Have small such as cell phones, tablets, and smartwatches. Please switch them.
I'm recording me, but you jumped in my video, so I caught you because you jumped in my video. You're harassing me at this point. I think you should stop. I think you should stop. See him, right? Okay, but I'm sorry. It's me. Okay, talk to him. No, ma'am, don't talk to me like that. Do not talk to me like that. Do not talk to me like that. To stop.
Welcome back to Jack Builds It, and welcome back to the Noble M400 build. If you want to support this build, click the link below and get yourselves a Noble M400 shirt. That would really help me out. Not only that, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. That's free, and that also helps me out a ton too. Today's video, we are going to get this brand new rear clamshell and the front clamshell fitting onto our Noble M400. We need to get these things perfectly fit so that when we go to put our wide body flares on the car and we trim these out, everything lines up perfectly when we take it apart and get it painted. Now, in the last video where you guys saw me build out the shop, I made a pretty big statement by saying that I was going to have this car painted in 2 months. Now, 2 months is a lot of work to be done on this car. This thing needs a lot of work. Like I always say, that's enough talking. Remember this guy from a previous episode? This is my friend Adam. He's going to be helping me out around the shop, lifting heavy things and doing errands and all kinds of other stuff. These are little guide pins that basically guide the clamshell where it's supposed to lay so that it sits flush when it is fully closed. One of the best things to do when fitting any new parts up is putting your parts in the old marks. So as you can see here, I line up these guide pins in the old marks. After testing the clamshell, we noticed that it was a little bit too far forward, so we decided to remove the brackets and check those things out. Alright, so this piece right here came off of this side, and there's a pretty curve in there, right? So I think we have an issue because they don't line up, and if these were to be the same, they would have the exact same curve. And if you look on the bottom right here, the metal is exposed, almost like it crinkled and broke the old powder coat that was on this. So I think what we're going to have to do is try to bend this back. But if we bend this back, it could bend again. So I might need to make a new one. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, Interesting. That's another discovery where it's like, okay, this might be why the clamshell was sitting kind of twisted. So there's definitely some tweaking needed, but yeah. Okay, well, keep moving.
After bending this bracket straight, I realized this was only one of the problems. There was a little bit of twist in it as well. Even though we got all of this straight, I ran into some more problems later on, as you're going to see.
Might as well just made another one. That's faster.
Like I said, I ran into some more problems, and one of the problems was these brackets right here that are welded to the frame. They were just a little too small, not allowing me to move the brackets back to where it would allow enough gap between the roof and the quarter.
One of the things that I did not see on here is it looks like somebody has taken the clamshell off of this specific car, not this piece, but obviously this specific car, and this is actually hitting. So you see those guys right there, right? That piece is kind of sticking out just enough to where the bolt is hitting on the inside right here. You can see this one's slightly hitting, and this one is wailing on it. So it's hitting pretty good right there. We need to reverse those bolts. Once we have those reversed, I think we can fit this thing fully. Hopefully everything lines up. We got everything taken care of as far as the bolts. It's time to fit this guy up and see how close it is. I have a feeling it's gonna be almost on the money from just looking at it before. Oh yeah, dude, that's so much better. This side looks perfect. It actually lines up a little low on this side. So this lines up perfectly. It's a little bit bigger right there, not a big deal. Like I said, that's gonna be shaven off, but you can see the gap here is pretty even all the way across, and if I kind of shove this forward to do that, that's actually, so it'll be minimal body work. So the next step is going to be getting the arrow catches, which is what I'm going to use to keep this thing mounted down, and mounting it to this section right here so that it'll be permanently still and not moving. The other look at this side, it's still up right here. So it is kind of like it's twisting, right? So it has a twisting motion on here. But if you look down here, this is the problem still. So that right there shows me that this piece is just a little too big. So I'm gonna shave a little bit off of there and a little bit off of this. And then we're gonna fit it again. I think we could probably call it good. Stopper on there and yeah. All right, let's keep moving.
There was a lot of sanding and modification needed to make sure that this was absolutely perfect. But I didn't want to go too far because I did need to mount these things to make sure that when in place it was sitting in the correct position. Now I make the custom bracket for the thing to be held in place.
Okay, so now I have version 2.0 here set up and ready to go. As you can see, I've made this section a little bit longer. This is shorter because this is going to need to mount a little lower than the previous one because the previous one was basically a tiny little pin. This is actually a very long pin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this in place, but I'm also going to go ahead and get some metal and make this bracket. Before I do that, I need to figure out exactly where the arrow catch is going to land. Now, you see this guy right here, this little hole, that's where the piece goes through, and this comes through and connects and catches it. Now, I want to mount these things in a direction that looks really cool. You can see, kind of has, you know, this opposite teardrop shape, so it's going to be upside down, unfortunately. So if I make that bracket too long, I feel like the deflection body is going to cause a lot of break. Death happen after all of the work that is going to be put into this car. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to shave down this outside edge all the way to where it's flush like this. And they send you some tabs to be able to mount this, and I couldn't figure out why, but they're tinier than this, so like the back half of this kind of sticks off. But they send you this mounting bracket right here, so what I can do is take this mounting bracket, trace out this piece on the top of the clamshell, like so. set it in place, measure it where I want it to be so that it's even on both sides, drill out the spots on the ends, cut this circle out, set it in place, Bob's your uncle, and we're done. I wish it was that easy.
This is the bracket for the air latch that we use to bolt it into place, but since we are making these flush mounts, we're using the inside piece because it is the exact shape of the actual part of the latch that I want to show. Now I use a razor blade to score the edges of the arrow latch so that I can break through the excess plastic. Then I sand it down so it will fit into place nice and neat.
My hair has been super dry, so I was very excited to find out the Matrix is now available at Ulta Beauty at Target. Picked up the Food for Soft line to bring my hair.
With the hole cut and the latch fitting, it's time to make a template so we can do the exact same thing in the exact same location on the other side. I decided to use a drill for this process because this fiberglass was extremely thick and it would have made a huge mess had I used some type of grinder or cutoff wheel. Now I prepped the backside of the panel for fiberglass repair, and I use aluminum tape to cover the entire latch very tightly so that way none of the fiberglass resin or fiberglass gets into the latch. After taping it into place, mixing up some resin, I cut thin layers of fiberglass and applied these to the backside, building a structure for the latch to lay in. Now with the latch is in place, I go ahead and make the bracket that I'm going to use to put the pin for the arrow catch.
Alright, as you guys can see, we have everything lining up. It is shut, it is latched. Take a look at this right here. There you go. Nice and secure, not going anywhere. Everything is good. Pop it open, latch open. Now, here we go. Let's see if we can open this guy up one-handed. That is awesome. And as you can see right there, we have our pin in place. Let's drop this thing back down. Yes! It's been several weeks. We finally got this thing fitting. Everything looks good. It is in place. Now I will have to do a lot of body work to make the transition smooth. Now what I mean by make the transition smooth is between here and here there is going to be variances, because remember, this was not made for this car. It was a part made to put on this car, but specifically you have to make them fit and align to make them look good. Basically, these cars were all hand built, and they were built in a factory where they did the exact same thing that I am doing right now, and they bodyworked the parts together. So the next step is coming over here to the front of the car and getting this thing to line up in the front. But can't do that just yet, because right now I have to catch a plane ride over to Alabama, where I'm going to go collaborate with another YouTuber, and we are going to build an awesome car in 1 week, I'm told. 1 whole week. All right, let's head over there now.
Weight loss by Hims. Customers report losing over 11 pounds in just the first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. Starting at just $199 a month when prescribed.
Last time we
worked on our mini Corvette, we got to see it drive for the very first time, which was insanely cool. But because it was a test drive, we broke a couple of things and we found some main components that didn't work at all, like our brakes. So in this episode, we're going to be fine-tuning this machine, taking it out, and see what it can really do. The first thing on this vehicle that needs our attention is the coolant system. The coolant system in the Corvette runs through its steel frame, and when we were building this, we filled it up with tap water because we knew we were going to have leaks. That's going to create a ton of rust in our frame that's going to go from the frame to the engine and just be no good. So let's get this body off, figure out how to get the water out of there, and fill it with coolant.
I'm super excited to get this thing back on the road because the last time we tested it out, Will went super hard on it, only lasted 2 runs before catastrophically breaking something, and I didn't get to try it. Like,
I'm blasting the same excited that you didn't be able to drive it.
I want to get my car.
What's it doing over here, Taylor?
Well, our body actually melted pretty substantially. So,
oh my gosh, it is
stuck, so I can take it off.
I'm so glad we're doing this right now because there's already gunk coming out of the coolant system.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's kind of a great way to flush it, but if it had been in there for a couple more weeks, definitely would have rusted out of control. Which would have been good. We need to add pressure to the coolant system or something.
Is that working? Yeah, that's working.
Oh! You should have told me it was flooded out of there. Nice, that's good. What do you think? I think this is going to be easier or harder than last time? We've got it elevated now, so.
I don't know. I mean, there's still
hours last time. Literal hours. Excuse me.
What was that?
I don't know. 2, giving a ton of money to a single mom. Single moms, that's got to be impossible.
And so, Togi has chlamydia, Togi has AIDS. What doesn't he have? Well, he doesn't have a single mom. Togi now attempts to hook up with 2 separate single moms at the same time. And so, let's go out with some single moms. He's pulling a Jesse James West. Let's get 2 single moms. Let's post a thing on Bumble, whatever, and see, hey, I want to take you out for the time of your life. I'm looking for 2 black single moms to go on my private jet and hang out with me in Vegas, and I'm going to help you win some money. I don't think you had to do all that much in order to hit.
Oh, milk business, you know, that's for your liver, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I need some.
Y'all been going hard.
And so she gets Togi a gift, some liver support, because they're going to be drinking hard. And so after a successful night of gambling,
Angel's soft, but it's gotta be soft.
It's gotta be strong.
And so after a successful night of gambling, each of these females, single moms, walk away with $50,000 in cash. That's more money than most people make in a given year. These girls are almost kind of rich. And so, Togi, are you now gonna hit? The last time I seen a man give 2 women $50,000, a lot more things happened after that. And by that I mean they gave him all this money because of a divorce, and they can never have a normal life ever again because they now have their money. This is the only time people give anyone $50,000.
Dude, I got like the worst case of raging, gambling, Asperger's, all the time.
And so does he not look like a man who's suffering from post-nut clarity? You know, that feeling you get about 17 and a half seconds after it's all over and you're thinking, what have I done? Is that not the look he's giving off? And so, unfortunately, it didn't end in a 3-way. It ended up with him losing $200,000. He was up big, but he couldn't just go to bed. I mean, had he just said, hey, let's come to my room and let's celebrate, He just won $100,000 split between the two. He's, let's drink some wine and have some more KFC, and we can talk about it. But no, he goes and gambles yet again.
So technically, I lost 200,000 last night when I could have just gone to bed. It's like,
He was up big, dopamine high was real, couldn't just quit, couldn't say no. Goes down to the casino, loses $100,000, and so basically he's at broke even. Says, nah, this isn't enough, I need to gamble online. Proceeds to lose $100,000. This is the dangers of gambling. And so don't forget, it looks fun, it looks exciting when you're winning, but many people, they lose.
You want to know what happened at the house in Miami? I bought it, it rode to 10 million. I didn't go to it for 3 months. I didn't know that I had to pay a mortgage.
A lot of people say that Togi's a genius, but the last I checked is geniuses know that you have to pay your mortgage. I mean, what is the minimum standard to be called a genius or even smart? I think it involves knowing the basics of how the world works. Now, is it possible he's a savant in some area, that he's perhaps gifted in one aspect of life, but impaired in another? Well, yes, absolutely. He might be great at marketing, a genius marketer, but he's not overall a genius if he didn't know he had to pay his mortgage, or that you need to look after your house.
79!
Togi, for only $39,000, could have taken all of it.
One of my friends goes out to check out the house. The house is just covered in mold because we never been turned on the AC, and the pool, apparently you have to clean pools.
And unfortunately, I was a school teacher, and we didn't teach kids in school that you had to actually clean your pool, that there was maintenance involved, but we did teach kids about paying your mortgage. I remember that class. It was called Career and Life Management. I also taught economics. I taught a lot of courses on how to invest, how to budget.
But then it's also like, guys, check this out, bought a Urus today.
There's the problem. You keep searching for that extra hit of dopamine. When you're buying things and you're spending money, it takes more and more to actually get that same high. It's the same with drugs. You start with the lower doses. You're perhaps going out visiting your friend Molly, your best friend perhaps, and at first, you didn't need to see her that often. She was always there.
Starting off with a cool fact, the average male is going to produce about 300 of semen a year, which is approximately 14. Keep doing what you're doing. The semen has this color, it's very possible that you have a sexually transmitted infection, which is an STI. So you could have gonorrhea, chlamydia, or herpes. And it's very important to seek medical assistance immediately. The next color is red or pink tinted semen color. What? This could indicate an enlarged prostate or blood in your kidneys, and it's very important for you to see a medical professional to check out what's going on. So the next color is black. Black semen is an extremely uncommon color and can represent severe bleeding. The final color is not necessarily a color, and it could be transparent or opaque, indicate a low sperm count. So it's very important and properly to be sure you have the conditions presented with the color and consistency of the semen you may have. So it's important to note that black semen, although extremely dangerous, it's a rare color, and most men who see this report this, probably due to the contrast between the regular color and black. However, a slightly yellow tinted semen color can easily be confused as a normal and healthy occurrence, but it's still important to seek medical advice because this could be a sign of liver disease. The yellow color could be a sign of jaundice, which is characterized by high bilirubin levels in the blood and is a medical emergency. If you found this video interesting and gained any knowledge from this, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel as more amazing videos are coming your way. Thank you.
Wake that ass up. In the morning, the Breakfast Club. We are Breakfast Club. Let's get into some front page news. What's up, Morgan?
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing on a Monday?
Hey, Morgan.
Good morning. All right, love to hear that. Everybody want to talk about Charlamagne, but I'm not going to get too
too much into that just yet. Like, you know, you did a lot. You was in the headlines, my guy. But let's talk about these Texas Dems. Okay, so Texas House Democrats have left the state in a bid to stop Republicans from advancing House maps that would give the GOP 5 more U.S. House seats and opportunities ahead of 2026. Now, the move would deny Republicans the minimum number of lawmakers needed present in order to be able to conduct legislation, also known as a quorum. Now, the move follows a marathon public hearing on the plan in the state capitol on Friday, which came less than a week after state Republican legislators proposed new maps. Now, the new map, which is aimed at adding 5 new Republican districts next year, passed on a 12-6 party line vote on Saturday. Now, that would shift the state's delegation from a 25-13 GOP majority to 30-8. Now, Democratic lawmakers argue the plan violates the Voting Rights Act by diluting Black and Hispanic voting power. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says fellow Democrats are closely watching the GOP-led redistricting effort in Texas and adds that they are backing state lawmakers who oppose it. Let's take a listen to his comments.
We're going to do everything possible to support the Texas legislators as they consider the best ways to push back. It's an all-hands-on-deck moment, and all options should be on the table to protect the people of Texas.
Penny for your thoughts. Do you think I could retire early? Good question.
Of Texas.
So basically, they fixing the fight, and Hakeem Jeffries, the only thing he can come think to say is that we're just closely watching the situation.
Well, yeah, but you know, he also, let me just disclaim, and I probably should have said this prior to the audio playing, is that he did say these comments prior to the Democrats leaving the state. So them leaving the state does not come without risk, though. They could face or would face a $500 daily fine and the threat of arrest. Now, Texas State Attorney General Ken Paxton also made these comments prior to them leaving. He suggested last week that lawmakers be locked up in the state capitol for the rest of a special session, forcing them to sleep in their offices.
What does that mean, they leaving the state? What does that mean?
So basically, they're in order. Okay, so you need a certain amount of Democrats in order to have a quorum, which means okay, people who are here, Congress or to be able to pass a law or pass a bill or move forward with a vote, and they don't have them because they have left the state. So some of them have traveled to Chicago, and then some of them have traveled to New York, and so they don't have a quorum. So thus it cannot happen. So the Black Information Network, of course, we're taking.
I don't know what any of that means. I'm a low IQ individual.
It begins. The Black Information Network, of course, is also watching this closely because it's not just about politics, but it's about whether Black communities can elect leaders who reflect their voice in federal decision making. So basically, Texas Democrats are trying to protect Black and brown voters, making sure that they still have a voice. That's pretty much what that boils down to. Elsewhere in other news, federal officials are investigating the former Department of Justice prosecutor who oversaw cases against 1 point ahead of South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. So yeah, there you go. Is she one of those leaders that you'd like to see maybe on the Republican side come to the forefront?
I think everyone can do whatever they want. And if Nancy wants to run for governor of South Carolina, salute to her. Let her run.
All right.
The people of South Carolina will decide.
She's been up
here a couple times, right? Nancy's been up here once. Once? Yeah.
That's right. We mentioned her a few times because she got a little rowdy with Jasmine Crockett. Yeah. But that's your front page news. That's right. You said she went to the all-boy high school too, or something.
No,
like
that's
that.
military school. Right.
Excuse me, but that's your front page. Let me get up out of here. That's your front page news for 6 a.m., 7 a.m. We're going to get into that Charlemagne God headlines. Y'all, yeah, and then some. So stick around.
All right. Now, if you live in the New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut area, they said there was an earthquake over the weekend. Did y'all feel it?
Yeah, right. Damn right. I felt it.
I was in Florida. Yeah, I was at Greenville, Florida.
I text you.
Yeah,
you text me earthquake.
That's what I said. I said I'm at home.
Because I didn't know what it was at first. Like sometimes it'll be thunder I was like, a Mack truck driving. I'm like, ain't no goddamn Mack trucks coming down this coast. So the whole house. Like, how did it feel? I was there shook enough to feel it, but you just was one of those things like, did I fart too loud? Did my stomach growl? Like, it felt like thunder for a second. Was it a Mack truck? But I'm like, I know it wasn't no Mack truck and it ain't raining.
Did the kids react?
No, I was losing that fellas. And I was on the edible too, so I really was
wow. Yeah, so it probably wasn't even really that bad.
You texted me that. Did you feel that? I felt it. I was like,
I was trying to be gay from real fast. Did you feel that? Damn.
Get it off your chest. 800-585-1051. If you need to vent, phone lines are wide open. Hit us up right now. It's the Breakfast Club. Good morning. Breakfast Club. Let's get back into front page news. What's up, Logan?
Oh man, what's up? It's Charlamagne the God and all of the headlines. So in case you missed it and you've been under a rock or something, our very own Charlamagne the God sat down with Fox's My View with Laura Trump, and the two spoke about a number of things like media outlets having a balanced amount of guests from both political parties, who you would like to see run on the 2028 presidential ticket, citing Nikki Haley, and the possibility of Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart ticket, social services, feeling safe, putting money in people's pockets, and just a host of other things. Now, you also rated, Charlamagne the God, also rated Trump's presidency. So let's go listen to those comments in part on my view on Fox with Laura Trump.
I would give it a good rating, simply because, the least of us are still being impacted the worst. Like, when you look at something like, the Big Beautiful Bill, that's something that, I'm going to benefit from because of the tax bracket that I'm in, but, there's going to be so many people that's hurt by that bill, and, anything that, takes away Medicaid from people and won't put people in a worse financial situation that, they were previously in.
Yeah, so, and then of course, you guys had a very robust conversation around that as well. Shortly after that aired, Trump, president, posted on Truth Social, and I quote, "The very wonderful and talented Laura Trump, whose show is a big rating success, put racist sleazebag Charlamagne the God."
Oh my God, no.
Why he's allowed to use the word God describing himself. Can anyone imagine the uproar there would be if he used that nickname? He's a low IQ individual, has no idea what words are coming out of his mouth, and knows nothing about me or what I've done, like just ending 5 wars, including a 31-year bloodbath between the Republic of Congo and Rwanda, where 7 million people have died and there was no end in sight. He didn't know that, or India and Pakistan, or wiping out Iran's nuclear capabilities, or closing the horrendous open border, or creating the greatest economy where prices and inflation have come all the way down, and where stupid and corrupt Joe Biden is at the record for doing the worst job as president ever. But this dope, Charlamagne, would vote for Sleepy Joe or Kamala? Remember 1 year ago our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. MAGA.
Got this man explaining what he's doing.
Hi, I'm Britta Sather, a licensed nutritionist here at Swanson. Have you heard the term GLP-1?
Got this man explaining what he's doing. Damn.
So Charlamagne, you followed that up with a post on social with a series of posts and a caption that read, "Swipe left to see how correct at Miss J. Willie was on The Daily Show this past week. President Trump was better off going after Urkel, though, because he is really scraping the bottom of the black barrel coming at me. You can't go from MLK Jr., President Obama, Oprah, Beyonce, to a sleazebag named Leonard." Anyway, yes.
Leonard. It is Leonard.
It's Leonard.
It's not Leonard.
It's Leonard.
Okay, anyway, you went on to say, "Yes, I believe there's a political coup happening in the Republican Party." Talk about that amongst other things. Let's discuss. So yeah, I mean, if this is how we got here, and I'm sure, you're gonna get into it, you're gonna address it.
Yeah, thank you, Laura Trump, for having me on My View. I enjoyed the conversation. I think it's ridiculous that you had 102 left-leaning guests and 0 conservatives. That is ridiculous to have a platform, only talk to people that you would agree with. That makes no sense whatsoever. So thank you, Laura, for having me. And I'll discuss all of the president stuff.
I will say is I'm proud of Charlamagne, but he's always stood by what he stands for. He always gives his word. He never falls back. This is nothing new to him. He he stands 10 toes down, and I always appreciate him for that. I did break up with him over the weekend, but yeah, because you just don't know what he's gonna do, huh?
For any MAGA people that are just tuning in to us, I'm not gay envious. Okay, so let that be. Okay, all right. So please,
Most guys have lower chests, some have middle chests, but that upper shell is usually missing. These upper chest exercises change the game for me, and I'm breaking them down for you today. You'll find them in my GOB programs, link in the description. Use the code on the site banner for 25% off everything store-wide. Now let's hit it.
First exercise we did, dumbbell incline. This is for the top part of the back. You notice, right? This here.
First up, dumbbell incline press. Keep your elbows slightly forward to target upper chest fibers. Start with 14 reps.
And we're trying to teach people how to train. A lot of people think they know how to train until they actually join the site and start to do the program. You hit delts, but how do you really do those steps? So we got to show those points. Everyone knows how to train, but to actually hone in on those muscle groups that you need to hone in on, make your body look different. And that's the whole thing. Make awareness and make it look different. My program is especially for every person, number one is male or female, because we can bring it out. So it's designed for everyone. One stop. You know, come back up. Okay. I'm gonna pop it. Turn it. Bring it up. Stop. Turn. Don't push too much in front. Keep it back. Right on the outside. Come on. There you go. Good. Do it again. That's it. Right. Breathe. There you go. Right there. Perfect. That's it. You can't get in because they don't allow you to go so low. That's it. Bring from the top now. Squeeze at the top. Right. That's it. Good, good. Now, let's open it up a little more. Here we go. There you go. Right to there. That's it. Bring.
You really got to avoid the temptation to look forward. You got to stare straight up.
Yeah, because when you start dropping your eyes down, everything follows. Yeah. I like to try on the preacher. Yeah. Standing preacher. Because you can drop out, touch, and contract back in.
Okay, so what is the trick about generating wealth in this reality that most of us just are not understanding?
That's a deeply important question. According to the Akashic Records, the real trick about generating wealth in this reality isn't about working harder or chasing money. It's about understanding money as an energetic frequency and aligning with its flow. Here is what most people miss. First, money is a byproduct of alignment, not just effort. When you are living your soul's purpose, sharing your authentic gifts and serving in truth,
money naturally flows as an energy exchange. Most blockages come from fear, scarcity, beliefs, and self-worth wounds that repel that flow. Second, money amplifies who you already are. If you see yourself as abundant, capable, and worthy, money reflects that. If you see yourself as lacking, unworthy, or desperate, money reflects that too. Third, the biggest hidden truth is that wealth is not created by hoarding or forcing, it is created by circulation. Generosity, investment in your vision, supporting others, and keeping money moving aligns you with its natural cosmic principle of flow. Stagnation repels abundance. Fourth, money is deeply tied to receiving energy. Many people block wealth because they unconsciously block receiving love, support, or nourishment. Healing your ability to receive in all forms opens the channel for money to flow in. Lastly, wealth consciousness is remembering you are already abundant before the physical reflects it. When you feel abundance in your body and emotions first, the material realm mirrors it. But if you wait for the material realm to prove it, you stay stuck in separation. Final Akashic insight: generating wealth is about shifting from fear and survival into creative service, trust, and energetic mastery. Money becomes a servant to your vision rather than a master over your spirit.
Breaking right now, a former auto insurance insider just exposed how much you're really overpaying and launched a site to fix it.
Two months later, a letter surfaced that proved the meeting wasn't entirely secret. Gerald White, a writer and researcher, wrote about what he saw at Edwards Air Force Base. Extreme security measures were in place.
We were finally allowed to enter the restricted section after about 6 hours, in which we were checked on every possible item, event, incident, and aspect of our personal and public life.
When they were finally allowed inside, what they saw was beyond anything they could have imagined.
During my 2 days visit, I saw 5 separate and distinct types of aircraft being studied and handled by our Air Force officials, with the assistance and permission of the Etherians.
The Etherians were, apparently, one of many alien races working alongside the US military. But not everyone was taking this revelation well.
I have never seen so many human beings in a state of complete collapse and confusion, as they realized that their own world had ended in such finality. The reality of the other plane aeroforms is now removed from the realms of speculation and made a rather painful part of the consciousness of every responsible scientific and political group.
As far as light was concerned, the speculation about UFOs and aliens was over. Witnesses were invited, the crafts were here, the issue was settled.
I have no words to express my reactions. It has finally happened. It is now a matter of history. President Eisenhower From what I could gather, an official statement to the country is being prepared for delivery about the middle of May.
The announcement never came. The public was told nothing. Light wasn't the only civilian there. The delegation included people with serious credentials. Dr. Edwin Norris had been Truman's chief economic advisor. Franklin Allen worked for the Hearst newspaper empire. Cardinal McIntyre represented the Catholic Church. These weren't UFO enthusiasts or conspiracy theorists. They were establishment figures, people with reputations to protect and everything to lose by going public. Within days of Light's letter, all the civilian witnesses received visits from men in dark suits. The story was buried. Some bodies were buried. Those still alive never spoke publicly again. The second alien race arrived just as the Nordics predicted. Their craft was different. Not silver or shimmering, dull gray metal that absorbed light like a stealth aircraft. Where the Nordic vessels looked peaceful, this new craft was menacing. It looked powerful. The witnesses understood immediately. This ship was built for war. No ramp extended, no beings emerged, but like the Nordics, the men could hear voices in their minds. Where the Nordics were warm and engaging, these new voices were cold and clinical. This wasn't a visit, this was a transaction. A voice invited Eisenhower and his team aboard. The men glanced at each other. The voice repeated the invitation. This time it sounded more like a command. Inside, the first thing they noticed was the disorienting silence. Sounds were absorbed like in a vacuum, and there was a pulsating hum. You couldn't hear it, but you can feel it reverberating throughout your body. The air was thin and cold. There was the smell of ozone and copper. There was also a faint smell of something organic. Algae, maybe, or moss. Like the exterior, the interior was seamless. No bolts or rivets, no panel seams. The floors, walls, and ceiling were made of the same silvery gray material. The room was well lit, but it felt wrong. There were no visible bulbs or fixtures. The light was just there. Occasionally, the walls rippled and shifted as if responding to something. This didn't feel like a machine. It felt alive. A voice directed them to a central chamber where they waited in uncomfortable silence. They appeared. Small beings, about 4 feet tall with gray skin. Huge bald heads and enormous black eyes. Thin limbs, long fingers, no visible mouths. They moved mechanically, robotically. The beings didn't have a name then, but we now know them as the Greys. They'd been watching Earth for a long time. They knew about the Cold War, the nuclear arms race, how close humanity was to destroying itself. They knew about the Nordics' offer. They agreed with the Nordics on one thing. Humans were headed for extinction. Like the Nordics, the Greys also had an offer. The Nordics offered a path to world peace, the end of war, starvation, poverty, free energy for all, a great leap forward for all humanity. The Greys had a different approach. They wouldn't save all of humanity, only a select few. Greys had technology that would put America a century ahead of any other nation. Particle beam weapons, zero-point energy, advanced metallurgy, stealth technology, anti-gravity propulsion. America wouldn't just win the Cold War, it would dominate Earth for generations. And all they wanted in exchange was access, permission to operate on Earth in secret, underground bases, hidden facilities, and they wanted access to the human population for biological study. Just a few people. The abductions would be harmless. People would be taken aboard a ship while they were asleep. The experiments would be painless. When the subjects were returned, they'd have no memory of the abduction. And for transparency, the United States government would be provided with a full list of every abductee. All eyes were on the president, the generals, the scientists, the cardinal, and the Greys, waiting. Eisenhower had to choose the Nordics' path to peace or the Greys' promise of power.
Bro, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out. Build this crossbow tower as fast as possible.
The two alien races had made their offers. The Nordics promised peace through disarming. The Greys promised power through technology. For Eisenhower, the choice was clear. He chose power. The Cold War was escalating. Soviet nukes were pointed at American cities. The Nordics' offer sounded idealistic and naive. The Greys' deal promised survival. It was practical. The decision was made in that gray chamber. No ceremony, no handshakes, no documents to sign. The agreement was sealed telepathically, mind to mind. The terms were simple. The United States would get advanced technology and weapons that could end any war. The Greys would provide blueprints, materials, knowledge, and even assist human engineers. In return, the Greys could operate on Earth in secret. They were given federal land to build their own bases, deep underground, hidden from the public, hidden from Congress, hidden from future presidents, hidden from everyone except Majestic 12. The work began immediately. The Greys brought massive tunneling machines that could melt solid rock into glass. They moved silently beneath the New Mexico desert, Nevada, and Colorado. They left no trace on the surface. The tunnels went thousands of feet underground, level after level carved into the rock. Each level had a specific purpose. The upper levels were for human personnel. The middle levels were for joint operations. The lower levels were restricted, Greys only. In the mountains near Dulce, New Mexico, construction began on what would become the most classified facility on Earth. 7 levels deep, each level more than the last. Level 7 was so classified that even the construction workers didn't know what they were building. The abductions also started immediately. People vanished from their cars on deserted highways, from their beds in the middle of the night. The list of names began to arrive to Majestic 12. But the numbers didn't add up. Reports suggested that for every name on the list, 10 more people went missing. And the few abductees who remembered the experience didn't describe harmless exams. They described terrifying, painful procedures. The Greys had lied, but Majestic 12 had no way to stop them without revealing the entire program. But there were witnesses who had no interest in money or power, and they decided to expose the truth. The Great Treaty promised America technological supremacy in exchange for allowing alien research on human subjects. The deal was simple: limited abductions, harmless experiments, full disclosure, regular reports. But by the late 1970s, it was clear the Greys weren't keeping their end of the bargain. Now, sure, they were sharing technology. Within a decade of the treaty, computers shrank from room-sized monsters to desktop machines. Fiber optics appeared out of nowhere. Stealth aircraft could vanish from radar. Materials that returned to their original shape after being crumpled, just like witnesses described from Roswell. The transistor, microchips, anti-gravity research, night vision, all of it accelerating at an impossible pace. But the most disturbing part wasn't what we gained, it was what we lost. Because while American technology leaped forward, American citizens were disappearing. Phil Schneider wasn't a conspiracy theorist. He was a geologist and structural engineer with security clearance. Phil Schneider built secret underground bases for the government. He knew where the bodies were buried, because he helped bury them. In 1979, Schneider was at Dulce, New Mexico, helping drill thousands of feet below the surface. His team knew they were building a joint human-alien facility. They were told the Greys were peaceful partners. That was a lie. During the drilling, they broke through into something that wasn't on the blueprints, a massive cavern, already occupied. It was a gray nesting area, filled with thousands of beings in incubation tanks, and there were human parts floating in those tanks. Schneider saw men, women, and children, mostly in pieces. The Greys weren't studying humanity, they were harvesting it. A firefight erupted. Guns against alien energy weapons. Not exactly a fair fight. Schneider, armed with a pistol, killed 2 of the aliens. Then he was hit by a blast that burned off the fingers on his left hand and tore a hole in his chest. A Green Beret pushed Schneider back onto the elevator shaft, hit the button to send him to the surface, then stayed behind. In the battle, 66 humans died. Only 3 survived. Phil Schneider was one of them. William Cooper was former naval intelligence. He saw the documents. He saw the treaty. Cooper knew about Project Sigma, how astronomers in 1953 discovered large objects in space moving toward Earth, objects that could only be spaceships. Cooper knew about the underground bases, the technology exchange, the cover-up, but he also knew something Schneider didn't. The treaty wasn't just about secret facilities. In February 1955, about 300 people witnessed something at Holloman Air Force Base. Air Force One landed and taxied onto the end of the runway. The pilot instructed the tower to turn off all radar. Then 3 round objects appeared in the sky. One landed 200 feet from the president's plane. Another hovered overhead like a sentinel. The third vanished from sight. Witnesses watched a man descend from Air Force One. No hat, clearly visible. Everyone recognized him as President Eisenhower. They watched him shake hands with beings at the door of the craft. Then he entered their ship. This wasn't secret. This was witnessed by hundreds, and still nobody talked. But Phil Schneider and William Cooper did. Both men made public statements that their lives were in danger. Both said they were being threatened. Both predicted they would soon be found dead. Both men were right.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the energy of a regular AC. This incredible...
A secret treaty with aliens, underground bases, a war for the future of humanity. 2 whistleblowers dead for trying to expose the truth. The Greada Treaty is one of the most elaborate conspiracy theories of the last century. But is it true? The official story of Eisenhower's disappearance on February 20th, 1954 is still a dental visit. The White House released the dentist's name, Dr. Francis A. Purcell. Records show he was a real dentist in Palm Springs. But the story has problems. The Eisenhower Library has extensive records of the president's health, every appointment, every procedure, but there's no record of any dental work in February 1954. None. The primary sources for the Greada Treaty are whistleblowers, William Cooper and Phil Schneider. Cooper was former naval intelligence with access to classified files. He made some bold public predictions. On June 28, 2001, on his radio show, Cooper said there would be a major terrorist attack on U.S. soil. He said this would be a false flag operation and Osama bin Laden would be blamed. Now, this time, very few people ever heard the name Osama bin Laden. But 6 weeks later, on September 11th, the United States was attacked. After the attacks, Cooper said on the air that he expected to be killed. Not arrested, killed. A few weeks later, he was killed in a shootout with police. They were trying to serve him with a warrant for tax evasion. Phil Schneider showed photos and material samples he claimed were alien alloys.
We have different artifacts. Some of them are alien metals that have been produced. Here's a crystalline example. It's in the scalenohedral crystalline form. We got this from the large grays technology.
He also believed his life was in danger. In 1995, during a lecture, he said, "If I ever commit suicide, I didn't. I was murdered." A few months later, Schneider was found dead in his apartment, strangled with a surgical tube. Official cause of death? Suicide. There's a link below to the full story of Phil Schneider and Dulce Base. It's a wild one. Now, despite these very strange deaths, there's no physical proof of the Greada Treaty. But the story doesn't come from nowhere. The 1950s saw a massive worldwide wave of UFO sightings. Many were witnessed by credible military personnel. And after World War II, technology advanced quickly, maybe too quickly. computers, particle physics, wireless communication, integrated circuits, fiber optics, stealth technology, anti-gravity research. I have an episode coming up about the acceleration in technology that began in 1947, the year of the Roswell crash. The discoveries were coming fast and they were a little too convenient. Gerald Light really wrote a letter in 1954 claiming he witnessed the alien meeting. He described seeing multiple alien craft and different species. He named other witnesses: Cardinal McIntyre, Franklin Allen, Dr. Edwin Nurse. Now, Dr. Nurse is interesting. He was an advisor to President Truman at the time, but before that, he was a key figure from the Brookings Institution. Just a few years after the Greada meeting, the Brookings Institution released the Brookings Report. The report covers a broad range of topics related to space exploration and its potential effects on society. But one section, only a few paragraphs long, has become infamous. The report says that discovering intelligent extraterrestrial life could cause major social upheaval. Now, you might have heard this is a classified report that claims aliens exist and instructed NASA to suppress this information. None of that is true. But the report did raise a question that if aliens were discovered, the implications of disclosure should be considered carefully. And then there's Eisenhower. In his farewell address to the nation in 1961, his final warning wasn't about the Soviets. It was about a threat from within. He warned of the growing, unchecked power of a military-industrial complex, a shadow government of unelected officials and defense contractors. Eisenhower was 100% right about that.
We recognize the imperative need for this development. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist.
Have you ever felt like you're right on the verge of explosive growth, but for some reason you can't crack the code?
So is this a president's parting wisdom, or was it a confession, or a final desperate warning about the deal he made and regretted? Now, I don't know if the story of the Greada Treaty is true, but the story's observation of human nature is absolutely true. We were offered two paths, one of enlightenment and one of power. We chose power. And if given the same offer today, we'd make the same choice. Now, I wish the human race was ready for an awakening that would end violence and war and starvation and poverty and all of that. And I believe one day we'll get there. But that day is not today. The world is a dangerous place and always has been. The Nordics offered peace only after we disarmed. That's a big risk to take when the Soviets were armed to the teeth. And what if the Nordics were lying? They were a bigger threat than the Soviets. So how do we know we can trust them? Think of it this way. You're in a room with a stranger. You both have guns pointed at each other. The stranger says, "I promise I won't shoot, but you have to give me your gun first." Now, you want to believe him, but you don't know him. So now the choice is yours. Trust the stranger and risk your own survival, or squeeze and guarantee it. Be honest. Which would you choose?
Squeeze! Going on.
Thanks for listening or watching the Y-File Stripped, where I try to get right to the point, right to the story, and then right to the truth. But if you want me to expand this into a longer episode with the fish, let me know. And like most topics, we cover the Y-Files.
Welcome back to Stay Tuned. I'm Tony Angelo. Today we're going to finally get my stock body V12 Mustang running see what kind of power it makes. But first, we have a couple things to sort out. What? Yeah. Cheerio. Got it? Uh-huh. Okay. Toodles. British things. Biscuit, tea, cuppa, whatever. Ricola. Last time we had our hand on this thing, we did get it fired up, and I drove it down the road with a hand throttle and some kind of bass tune in the ECU Master's computer. It was making this horrible squealing, screaming, whining, whistling sound. Every other comment, people tell me what it was and what it could be. I thought it was probably just the frequency whine of the drive-by-wire throttle body. But as it was revealed to me pretty clearly, we had some issues with our throttle body elbows that we had 3D printed. They were supposed to be rapid prototype, get it down the road kind of idea, and that's what they did before they melted. Since they sit right on top of the off, it's clear to us, this is our first order of business to turn this thing back into a running. I was driving this thing on the road, having fun, laying into it, and it felt great. It's just the vibration and the heat eventually started to just melt these things up. So we're going to go, we're just going to remake these things out of aluminum. Now this is an earlier V12. This would have come in like a 2001 Aston Martin EV7. So this motor would have made 400 power. We're hoping we've got the ECU Masters full control, sequential control of this motor on a proper tune with our headers. That'd be awesome. Amazing. But I'm pumped. Behind it, there's a QuickTime bell housing that used to exist that would make this transmission, a TP6 magnet right up to an SMR motor. So that's what we got our hands on. Yeah, Center Force made us a custom clutch and flywheel to make it all go together. And honestly, that was a lot of the work, getting it all together. You got your slings? Yeah. So our plan is now to just remake this stuff in. Barb sent off this program that he had whipped up for the printer to send cut send and add human versions of the same. That's where we're going to start. These are Cavalier. Yeah, let's find out. You going to start taking those off? Yeah. I've got a couple things to show you guys anyway while Barb is tearing those things apart. Follow me. I just got back from a week-long road trip in our homemade Armageddon vehicle, the burner home, with Mike Finnegan. Got a couple days sleep, and here we are jamming back at it. But that thing is here. Sure is.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 box on these boxes. Take a look at the $5 classic box. Don't get the $7 street box. Or try the $9 discovery box featuring a crispy chicken burrito. Get bucks for less only at Taco Bell.
Next time you see this plant in your backyard, don't cut it down, because this is the best natural painkiller you'll ever find. Some people even compare it to morphine.
Wait a minute. What?
This common plant is called wild lettuce. It was commonly used by Native Americans 2 centuries ago for both food and medicine. So today, I'm going to show you how to make a simple wild lettuce extract. Collect about 50 leaves and wash them thoroughly. Grind them up in a blender. Place the ground leaves into a wide pot. Add just enough water to cover them. Stir for 15 minutes until the water reaches a dark brown color. Pour the substance while it's still hot into another pot or a strainer. Try to squeeze as much water as you can. Warm it over low heat again until the water is vaporized. Until it becomes a paste like this. Put it in a small glass container. Wild lettuce is on schedule by the FDA, meaning it's legal to grow only to forage without a prescription or license. Just like how the Native Americans used to heal their pain.
When the medical system collapses,
here we are jamming back at it, but that thing is here.
Sure is.
Alright, so first off, a little bit of news. I picked up a dumb but super cool 1985 Dodge Caravan. red on red for $800. It's one of the cleanest versions I've ever seen, especially in Pennsylvania. I'd love to turn it into like a wicked turbo family hauler. That's the plan. I love a good sleeper. Just super fun car. Wasn't looking for it, but it popped up on Marketplace. I was like, I will never find another one this clean for $800 or really, you know, at any price. Jumped on it, ran out, grabbed it. It's got a blown motor in it. It's a non-turbo automatic, red on bright red velour interior. It's wicked. I'm super pumped about that. And then we got the murder on. And then oh yeah, this thing is the tuner, the local builder who built this motor for him. So they're gonna come pick this puppy up. But yeah, we lived in this thing for 3 days. If you haven't watched last week's video, absolutely insane. This is a homemade zombie killing, maybe like off-road event party machine that we drove 800 miles. It's based on a 78 Dodge F40 motorhome, and I gutted everything out, blacked it all out, and built this giant metal box on top of it. Honestly, I can't believe we made it. It was brutal and fun and awesome. Full of ants, because Finnegan used these things he made taillights out of flashlights and fruit roll-ups. I think the ants, I'm going to toss these out of here. Anyway, back to this was our spare, and then this big one is also, we were refilling on the road. We got a 14-gallon tank with a spout in it. And we would fill a little one, then we go 100 miles. That's how we rate.
You're living in another dimension, dude.
This thing was, yeah, something, boy. We're back in it. Bar's got the one flange off. You can see the Aston Martin didn't have a shock tower here, so it had this big elbow that came off the factory. But we can't fit it with our chassis, so we're gonna start mocking stuff up. Basically, we will bolt these suckers. More about those. We have more. We'll find that later.
Is that the ratchet?
No way. It's a bolt.
No.
It was very a hot trip.
What happened here?
I believe it.
It's one of those things that's like, do you wear shorts and let your legs be exposed to the bores that are in the footwell and on the bottom of that inside
or
of that
do you
van?
melt from
or
the inside
do you
out?
just try to ride, tough it out with some thin pants on. I think I wore pants every day. Because the first day I didn't, and my legs were red and itchy. Like from the seat, which is who knows.
Yeah,
And also, it was 90 degrees, and we were just sweating through the seats. So, super fun. Somehow that's my idea of a good time.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, we have a 4-inch U-bend, and we have this, what are they calling it?
Fabricator donut.
A fabricator donut that we bought from 411 Works, which is my buddy Ryan Turk's company. I saw the box and I was like, oh.
I had no idea. I ordered. I was like, this is the only.
Mark ordered while we were on the road. But these are sweet. You basically can weld them up and then cut any section out of them you need.
So this guy ran off the road right here, straight up that embankment. Holy shit. Now he got the wreckers trying to get him out of there. Ah, damn. So this guy ran off the road right here, straight up that embankment. Holy shit. Now he got the wreckers trying to get him out of there. So this guy ran off the road right here, Guy runs up the embankment. In a work zone.
And there's limited possibilities. And the radius is wicked tight. Tighter, as you can see, like, it's half the center line radius of this thing. So
This is 6. That's 3.
half.
Yeah. Which you cannot get into.
Yeah, there's no
Doesn't
machine that will
exist.
do
5 is the smallest, which is still gigantic.
Well, this has to be drawn around a mandrel. So that is
I think this is spun.
spun,
Right? That's a metal. I hear squeaks or
chasing down the street. Anyways, here?
yeah. So the only TBD on the donut is how we're going to form it to get to the oval shape. So the circumference of the circle, 4 inch, is the same as this oval.
As the
Yes. So it's just a matter of how we're going to flatten it.
We're gonna cut it up first.
Yes.
Weld it.
Yes.
Into on the edges.
Yes.
Boy, it's tight.
Yeah, but it's gonna do it, dude.
Yep.
That's it. 4 inches of length on that thing.
We try to cut it here and then we're gonna try to cut it and then have it straight on it.
Correct. Yes.
So at some point we have to weld these two pieces into one bend. But we're gonna cut it, basically apart. So what we're gonna do is just do a couple tack welds around the outside. We need a section of it that's probably, I got it,
30 degrees.
Yeah, okay. 30 degrees probably, is what I was gonna say. But basically, yeah, we need a couple sections out of it. It's just a really tight bend. So Barb's gonna do a couple tacks around the outside. And yeah, we'll cut it up. And we'll probably make it too big or too small the first time. Act like we meant to do it. And then see if it works better on the other side because they're a little different.
Hello?
That's a more cut off.
Good, good. That's correct. Sounds fantastic. What does that deliver? That's what I'm talking about. All right, let's go. Let me see what. Tuesday. Yeah, Friday morning. What's the pickups are the same day? Oh, tomorrow evening. Oh, okay, that's what's up. What about the Indiana pickup? All right. Yeah, so yeah, that's definitely gonna be a Friday then. I think. Matter of fact, it might be Friday afternoon because of how late it picks up. All right, that sounds good. All right, thanks. Stick it out, Jeremiah. Stick it the fuck out. FBI. Let's go. Gotta stick to the fucking script, baby. Get fucking around.
Hey y'all, if you want to support the channel and let people out in the world know that you're watching Stay Tuned, we have been cracking on the merch program. And we've got a ton of new stuff. We've got a full line of koozies. You can keep your...
Find anyone you need, okay? Come with me.
Get what you need from someone who gets it.
You can keep your sodas and other sodas cool with these things. We've got the Pizza Team one. We're going to lose the shop. East Coast Speed. All of our classic designs are now available in koozie form. You can be out at the 4th of July barbecue with one of those suckers, and someone will be like, stay tuned. I love that show. And then you guys will high five so hard you'll break the sound barrier. We've also got a line of leather keychains, one with our Fire It Up, which is kind of what we yell every time we get a new car going, or the original Stay Tuned diamond logo. All sorts of fun new stuff. And we've got new t-shirts designed like this coming out every single month. So please grab a piece if you want to support it, and we do super appreciate it.
So you're gonna cut the wedge we need, and then we'll weld it, right?
Yeah.
And then weld the tube to it to length.
I would cut the end tube, yeah, exactly. Weld the tube on it first, and then we just crush
form it once it's done.
Because if not, the whole thing's gonna split like crazy. All right. Just tell me where you want it to land, and then I can.
I mean, I would say we're gonna try and emulate this one as much as possible. So we lay this one in there, because I think that angle is fantastic.
So that's gonna be like
still.
Okay, something like that.
Look at it. You see this guy? What did I tell you? Look at that. There you go. That's a tight radius right there, boy.
Awesome. Yeah, real nice. Cut on this cardboard so I'm not grinding all of the shavings or the nicks in this old table into the new, donut, whatever. Just trying to keep it from getting all stretched up, which is the thing you can do. Or a lot of people tape these down, but it works fine just for one cut, just to roll with it.
Sick.
I'm going to attack on this.
Yep.
They look the same.
Let's get something to eat. Hungry. let's go, let's go. Hungry.
while on the subject of South Central, we'd be remiss if we didn't have a conversation about the very neighborhood that Blackula takes place in, Watts. And I'm sure that was very intentional on the part of the director.
More than 1,500 people were in the streets, many throwing rocks and bottles at the police or anyone else, some attacking the cars of people, white or Negro, who just passed by.
For those of you who don't know the historical significance of Watts, Watts is a neighborhood most known for its 5-day riot against police brutality in 1965. The Watts riot started on August 11th when Marquette Fry, a 21-year-old black man, was pulled over by the police for driving under the influence. The police escalated the situation by not only striking Fry in the face with a baton, but then allegedly kicking a pregnant woman in the stomach, causing an uproar in the local community and leading to a riot that lasted until August 16th, when almost 14,000 members of the National Guard were brought into LA, with 34 people dying and 3,438 getting arrested. Well, 7 years after the Watts riots, William Crane, a black director, releases Blackula, which features a black vampire killing a police officer in a neighborhood known for state-sponsored violence. And similar to Marvel Comics' 1941 publishing of the now iconic image of Captain America punching Adolf Hitler, which was drawn and inked by Jack Kirby and Joe Simon, 2 Jewish men, we get one of the first, if not the first, depiction in mainstream media of black superhuman resistance to oppression, which presumably provided a black audience with the same sense of catharsis they got when Black Panther beat up the KKK in Marvel's 1976 Jungle Action number 19, which is the same feeling black audiences probably got when they saw Chris get away with defending himself against the Armitages in 2017's Get Out. It's also probably the same feeling they got when Smoke got revenge on the KKK in 2025 Sinners. So it's in this film that we see the establishment of a precedent that later becomes a convention in black sci-fi, fantasy, horror. It's also in this film that we see the taking of something that was once white and the re-examination of it through a black lens. Because of Blackula, we get a slew of black horror films that often parody white horror projects. Among these are 1973's Blackenstein, which is Black Frankenstein, 1974's Abby, which is like the black version of The Exorcist, and 1976's Dr. Black and Mr. Hyde, which is the black version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So Blackula gives birth to not only the black horror movie, but it gives birth to the black parody movie, which paves the way for the Wayans brothers.
Hey, yo, dog. Does this shirt make me look gay? No.
Cindy, the news is on.
What about now?
A little white girl done fell down the well. 50 black people get their ass beat by police today, but the whole world got to stop for one little whitey down the hall.
People who pick Post University choose our 100% online Master of Education program so they can learn practical skills from real-world professionals, making a difference in their own career and in the lives of their students. Are you a Post person?
Down the hall.
And speaking of the Wayans brothers, 2 other black men who turned comedy into their family business are Eddie Murphy and the late Charlie Murphy, who starred in and co-wrote Wes Craven's 1995 film Vampire in Brooklyn. Now, Vampire in Brooklyn follows Eddie Murphy's character, Maximilian, a full-blooded vampire from a tribe in the Caribbean.
Who the fuck are you? I'm Maximilian. Kind of sort of that, you might say.
Oh, my ass.
As he comes to Brooklyn in search of Angela Bassett's character, Detective Rita Veeder, half human, half vampire, keep that in mind, to mate with in order to save their dying race. In this film, vampirism represents the embracing of one's culture versus assimilating into the dominant culture, and we see this play out mainly through Angela Bassett's character. Now, I have to say, I am not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when it comes to this film. I do find it to be totally inconsistent. I think that it tries its hand at so many different genres, and I don't know if it is particularly successful at that. So I'm not going to spend so much time talking about the film itself, but I would like to talk about its inclusion of Afro-Caribbean characters and the historical significance of Afro-Caribbeans in New York City. The story is set in Brooklyn, New York, and those of you who've never been to New York is a hub for immigrants. Nearly a quarter of Brooklyn's population is of Caribbean descent. Now, there are a few questions to ask, right? How does Brooklyn develop such a strong Caribbean presence, and what role did Afro-Caribbeans play in Black American history? Well, in a 2022 article for National Geographic, Melissa Noel writes, in the early half of the 20th century, the first wave of large-scale voluntary migration from the Caribbean to the United States began. These mostly Afro-Caribbean immigrants from English-speaking countries in the region, such as Jamaica and Barbados, sought greater economic stability and found work in America mainly as laborers. New York City was the most significant point of entry. In the 1940s, Caribbean immigrants filled labor shortages that rose during World War II and continued into the post-war period. In subsequent decades, New York City's West Indian community grew to new levels, partly due to the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. also known as the Hart-Celler Act. It repealed over 40 years of restrictive and discriminatory immigration policies that favored people from Western Europe while curtailing immigration from other countries. The act lifted national origin country quotas and replaced them with a system based on family reunification and employment. Over the ensuing years, most Caribbean immigrants in New York City settled in Brooklyn's Crown Heights, Canarsie, Flatbush neighborhoods where they worked in high-demand sectors such as healthcare, education, and domestic care. Keep that in mind. Today, some 20% of New York City's population of 8.8 million people can trace roots to the Caribbean. Now, the reason why Afro-Caribbean migration to the United States is so important because it helps shape our understanding of labor, organizing, and resistance in America. So if we go back all the way to the 1930s, we see widespread labor rebellions in the Caribbean, from sugar workers in St. Kitts protesting wage cuts in 1935 to oil field workers in Trinidad going on strike in 1937, sugarcane and dock workers in Jamaica going on strike in 1938, to field workers in Guyana protesting low wages in 1939. And why this is important is because when Afro-Caribbean immigrants migrated to the United States, New York more specifically, we as in Black people benefit from their collective memories of organizing and resisting oppression and exploitation back in their countries of origin. For example, we have Claudia Jones and her work supporting domestic workers, nurses, and caregivers. We have Frank Crosswave and his work with ensuring Black workers were integrated into mainstream labor unions. We had Marvel Cook and her reports on the exploitation of Black domestic workers. We also get the half Barbadian, half Guyanese Shirley Chisholm, who in 1968 became the first Black woman elected to Congress, representing New York's 12th congressional district. And in 1972, she even became the first Black candidate for a major party nomination for the President of the United States. And she was also the first woman to run for the Democrat Party. film had continued the tradition of the black vampire as the symbol of resistance. Resistance against slavery, resistance against police brutality, resistance against exploitation. I think it would have added some much needed layers to the film. The one part of the film that I didn't mention, but I did tell you to pay attention to earlier, I want to see if you remember it, was in regards to Angela Bassett's character. So two things about the film that I find to be particularly interesting. Both have something to do with Angela Bassett's character, Detective Rita Feeder. The first being, she's half human, half vampire, which if you are a fan of black vampire media, you see where I'm going with this, right? And the second thing being, she's Detective Rita Feeder, as in, she's a cop. And while I think this deserves exploring, I'm not sure if Vampire in Brooklyn is the film to do that with. So instead, I'm going to pivot to my favorite, half vampire, half human, 100% cop, Blade.
What the fuck are you out of your damn mind?
Blade is a cop, and there's a good reason why I say that, but before I give you the reason, I need to give you the context. So, for those of you who haven't seen Blade, not to be mistaken for the MCU movie that's set to come out in, I don't even know if that movie's still coming out, to be honest. Blade is an action horror movie starring Wesley Snipes that was released in 1998, and the film was made on a budget of $45 million, and it grossed $131.2 million in the box office, making it a commercial success. Not only was it a commercial success, but it was Marvel's first successful film, paving the way for the MCU, or as Martin Scorsese likes to call it, cinema. Blade follows a half-mortal, half-immortal, who plans to avenge his mother's death by ridding the world of vampires. Now, there's one particular scene in Blade that made me come to the conclusion that Blade is a cop, and not just any kind of cop, the black cop.
If you can find any song in the world in seconds, you should be able to sign up for car insurance in seconds. It's about time.
The black cop.
Why would you bring this to somebody else's club? It's safe.
There's a good reason why Blade is a cop, and that's because it's the 90s, and everybody is a cop in the 90s. And when I mean everybody, I mean everybody. Angela Bassett in Vampire in Brooklyn, Ice-T in Law & Order SVU, Ice-T in New Jack City, Martin Lawrence and Will Smith in Bad Boys, Malik Yoba in New York Undercover, Forrest Whitaker in Downtown, Eddie Murphy in Metro, Ella Joyce in Set It Off, Morgan Freeman in Kiss the Girls. I could go on and on and on and on, but I'm gonna spare you, because the 90s was the decade of the black cop. But what caused this phenomenon? Well, remember how earlier I was talking about how the deindustrialization of Los Angeles led to a spike in unemployment rates? Well, what I intentionally left out was the fact that as unemployment rates began to go up in Los Angeles, so did the crime rates. You see, the full quote from City of Quartz Excavating the Future in Los Angeles is actually, since the late 1970s, every major sector of the Southern California economy, from tourism to apparel, has restructured itself around the increasing role of foreign trade and offshore investment. South Central LA, as we have indicated, has been the main loser in this transformation, since Asian imports have closed factories without creating compensatory economic opportunities for local residents. The specific genius of the Crips has been their ability to insert themselves into a leading circuit of international trade. Through crack, they have discovered a vocation for the ghetto in LA's new world economy. So those last two sentences I admittedly left out just because I didn't want to spoil the direction the video was heading in, which is how the crack cocaine epidemic set the stage for the 1994 crime bill.
That was built.
So, because of the crack cocaine epidemic in the late 1980s, early 90s, the violent crime rate skyrocketed before ultimately peaking at 716 violent crimes per 100,000 people in 1991. The public growing fearsome, began to pressure both Democrat and Republican leaders to adopt a tough-on-crime stance, which is what soon-to-be President Bill Clinton would end up campaigning on in 1992. And by 1994, the infamous crime bill was passed by both the House and the Senate, and then signed into law by President Clinton, leading to billions of dollars being allocated to the hiring of more police officers, the building of more prisons, states enforcing mandatory minimums, and truth in sentencing laws, which required offenders to serve longer prison sentences, and caused the number of state and federal correctional facilities to rise by 43% from 1990 to 2005. A really great book to check out regarding this topic is The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. Now, although the 1994 crime bill had devastating effects on the black community, and although a 1993 Gallup poll found that 74% of black Americans felt that the justice system treated them more harshly than it treated white Americans, that didn't stop support for the crime bill. According to a 1994 survey done by Gallup, 58% of black Americans supported the 1994 crime bill, in contrast to the only 49% of white Americans who supported it. So what does that have to do with my theory about Blade being a black cop? Well, in the 90s, not only do we see an increase in films about black people experiencing gang violence, i.e. Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, and New Jack City, but we also see an increase in films depicting black people as law enforcement. You got Bad Boys, Die Hard with a Vengeance, Lethal Weapon, and my personal favorite, Rush Hour. More specifically, Rush Hour 2, right? Now, in Rush Hour 2, there's a brief scene where Detective James Carter of the LAPD, portrayed by Chris Tucker, seeks intel from an old friend named Kenny, portrayed by Don Cheadle. And it's in the scene that Detective Carter barges into Kenny's Chinese restaurant without a warrant, disrupting the patrons. Kenny's naturally upset because Carter's mere presence is enough to harm Kenny's business, which doubles as an illegal gambling debt. And in this scene, we see the tension between the two, a road cop and a not-so-law-abiding citizen. And while this tension between police officers and the people they police is nothing new, the unique history of policing in America as it pertains to the black community makes it interesting. You see, modern-day policing stems from slave patrols, which date all the way back to the 1700s. And because of that, there's long-standing tensions between black Americans and the police. According to Statista, black people, while only comprising about 13.4% of the population in the United States of America, account for 22% of fatal police shootings. This creates a weird relationship between police officers who happen to be black and the black communities that they police. To some, black police officers are heroes, and to others, they're traitors. And I think Blade operates as a supernatural black police officer. He is a half vampire who slays other vampires for a living, and that's just as paradoxical as being a black person who's also a police officer. And this is a theme we see not only in Blade, but we also see in Vampire in Brooklyn with Angela Bassett's character, who's also half human, half vampire, 100% police officer. And what makes Blade different than other black vampires is vampirism isn't a tool for resistance, it's the bane of his existence. It's a chronic illness that Blade actively fights against. It's something he's ashamed of and refuses to give into. It represents the trauma surrounding the death of his mother. He becomes a vampire slayer in the name of protecting others, and in the process, he hurts people just like him. I think what's also interesting about Blade is similar to how becoming a police officer provides black people with certain privileges that everyday black people don't have. Blade is only half vampire. He gets to enjoy privileges that the other vampires don't get to enjoy. He's impervious to daylight. He's impervious to religious artifacts, stake to the heart, garlic. He doesn't need an invitation to enter a home. And he has a human soul, while the other vampires live underground, quite literally in the shadows, which is similar to the Morlocks from X-Men 97. Well, it's actually not X-Men 97. It's the TV show that came out in the 90s. I needed to segue to the next topic. Which, speaking of the 90s, Buffy the Vampire Slayer was released in the 90s, and don't quote me on this, but this show gives birth to one of the most inescapable phenomena of the 21st century, which is the teenage vampire. What is the teenage vampire? Well, the teenage vampire is typically a young male who was turned into a vampire before he could finish puberty. He's young, he's brooding, he's effeminate, he's protective, he's careless, he's Peter Pan but with fangs, he's passionate, he's loving, he's avoidant, but most importantly, he's not black. And it's in 2005 we get the most popular teenage vampire, which is Edward from Twilight.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do,
who will you choose to be when presented?
Now, my knowledge of Twilight is rather limited. I know Bella and Edward named their child something stupid. I know Jacob also nicknamed her something stupid. I know he imprinted on their daughter, and most importantly, I know there were no black vampires in Twilight. And before you say there was that one black guy in the Twilight movie, I bet you can't tell me his name.
Who is it? 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 Who is
the author of Twilight said that black people couldn't be vampires because there was a bleaching agent in their blood that would prevent them from developing melanin. And I know you're probably thinking, well, if Twilight isn't famous for its inclusion of black people, then why mention it at all? Well, I think that we can deduce a lot from this purposeful exclusion because it actually says a lot about the direction the entertainment industry was heading in at that time. I mean, think about UPN's merger with CW in 2006, which led to the cancellation of many beloved black-led shows like Eve, One-on-One, and Girlfriends, in favor of shifting programming focus to white-led sci-fi fantasy shows like Supernatural, Smallville, and The Vampire Diaries. What we get from that purposeful exclusion is the idea that black people can't be vampires, even though we have been vampires since Uriah Derek D'Arcy's book in 1819. Now, I will give an honorable mention to My Babysitter's a Vampire on Disney Channel, which featured Vanessa Morgan as a black teen vampire, but that was in 2011. And it isn't until 2022 that we get the next best project with a black vampire lead. And that would be AMC's Interview with the Vampire. Now, the show follows Louis de Pointe-Dulac, who many of you may recognize from this now viral meme. And those of you who haven't seen the show, let me tell you what's happening in the scene. So, Louis is hanging up a sign that says, "Color only, no whites allowed." Well, Louis is a pimp, and he does this in response to finding out that his property was sold to him by a group of racist white male competitors who knew that anti-soliciting laws were about to go into effect in New Orleans, and was sure to force successful black owners both out of business and out of the area. The only options Louis had were to either relocate his brothel to the quarter, where he would immediately lose ownership over the azalea due to anti-black discriminatory laws that would prevent him from operating there, or to resell it to the very white people who tricked him into buying it. But if he resells it, he's going to have to give them an 85% discount. So that's why he hangs up a sign, and then he eventually kills Alderman Fenwick, and essentially starts a race war that leads to a massacre of Storyville's black pocket. But that's beside the point. AMC's Interview with the Vampire follows the race-bended vampire Louis de Pointe-Dulac as he tells the story of his life to a renowned journalist named David Malloy. Now, out of all of these projects, Interview with the Vampire does by far the best job in incorporating history into the plot. So Louis' flashback begins in 1910's New Orleans with the Storyville district, which was a legally established red light district, which existed from 1898 to 1917. It had brothels, saloons, music halls. It was known for its influence on the development of jazz music. Now, what makes New Orleans interesting is, unlike other slave-holding states, New Orleans had a distinct racial history that granted rights to a free class of people of color. But 1896's Plessy versus Ferguson led to an erosion of this distinction, leading to segregated streetcars in 1902, segregated public facilities by 1910, and a law prohibiting miscegenation in 1908, which is important because Louis is not only in a gay relationship, but an interracial one with a white man. So we're going to skip ahead to the 1940s. Spoiler alert, Claudia and Louis are traveling to Europe before settling down in Paris, France. While in Paris, Louis develops an affinity for photography, similar to the slew of African-American artists who expatriated themselves to Europe in the mid-20th century, like James Baldwin, Richard Wright, Chester Himes, William Gardner Smith, Frank Yerby, Josephine Baker, Paul Robeson, Gordon Heath. And I think this inclusion was very interesting. I think the inclusion of this was very intentional. It was very of the time. Now, we're going to skip ahead because Interview with the Vampire is a non-linear story told in a non-linear way, so it would only be fitting to follow that device of storytelling. Now we're in 1973, and 1973 is 5 years after the Civil Rights Movement, which dismantles Jim Crow and outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, public accommodations, employment, and federally assisted programs, and expanded voting rights for African Americans. 1973 is also 6 years after the Supreme Court strikes down laws prohibiting interracial marriage, which is important because Louis, once again, is in an interracial relationship with a white man, but they can't get married yet because Obergefell v. Hodges doesn't happen for another 42 years. So in 1973, Louis is in San Francisco, a hub for gay culture and activism. In San Francisco, in 1970, they had a gay inn. In 1972, they had a gay liberation day parade, which eventually turns into San Francisco Pride. And what's significant about Louis meeting Daniel Malloy at a gay bar in San Francisco is the two meet 4 years before the election of Harvey Milk, the first openly gay man to be elected to public office in California. Milk was a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and spent almost 11 months in office before being assassinated on November 27, 1978 by former supervisor Dan White, who had been denied his job back by Milk. During his time in office, Harvey Milk sponsored Article 33 of San Francisco's Human Rights Ordinance, which bans discrimination based on sexual orientation in public accommodations, housing, and employment. The bill was passed on a vote of 11-1 and then passed into law. So the show ends with Louis and Lestat in Louisiana. 7 years after Obergefell v. Hodges, the Supreme Court ruling that says that the fundamental right to marry is guaranteed to same-sex couples. In all 50 states, DC, and insular areas must perform and recognize the marriages of same-sex couples on the same terms and conditions as the marriages of opposite-sex couples with equal rights and responsibilities. So How does vampirism operate in this manner? Well, in Interview with a Vampire, vampirism levels the playing field and gives Louis the opportunity to, at the very least, look eye to eye with the very white man who's always looking down on him. But more than that, immortality gives Louis the opportunity to reap the benefits of social justice movements, which is more than what his mortal peers could say.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds.
What up with you? What you doing? Oh, she alright? She doing better? She just healing up. Okay. Yep. They were scared of her clotting. Yeah. Still there? Huh? I just know it's Chicago. It's all Chicago to me, huh? What's over on the one side? Don't let that shit stop. Nah, what the be shorty over here? She kind of thick. Cold peanut butter, boy. It stinks like cold peanut butter mixed with oatmeal. She was weird as shit. Her eyelashes, yeah, it all bugged me out a little bit, yo. Her eyelashes were like 3 inches long. Eyelashes were 3 inches long. Super dense. I'm like, I'm confused. I don't get it. Hey, let me call you back. I gotta take it from me.
cool subjects to talk about in the future, and I don't want you to miss out. So don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and make sure you subscribe to the channel.
This DIY homo.
So what's up?
What are you doing for the rest of the day?
Honestly, I'm supposed to meet up with my cousin that lives out here, but it seemed like he canceled.
Okay. Would you be interested in maybe like going by the mall, having some fun, doing a little bit of shopping?
Why would I want to go to the mall?
Well, they have really nice malls here.
Man, I don't need to go shopping.
Who likes to provide for a nice woman?
No. See, you got up already.
Do I?
You're just now getting in this car and you already talking.
Well, let's take a breather here.
I mean, it's not about a breather. It's about you coming at me a certain way that I don't like.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Why is you coming at me talking about some providing?
Because you just look like that type of man who would provide.
Provide for my woman. Yes, my woman. But you're nothing. You're not my woman.
That's fair.
So why would I be providing anything?
Because I just feel like you're the kind of man who would like to show somebody a good time.
I'm not. Not at the mall.
Okay, well.
Not at the mall. Not at all. Maybe out to eat or something. Or some lunch or something. But you talking about straight to the mall. Like, come on now. That's like me saying, like, the type of woman that just looks good, that just wants to give up some head. Is that what you are?
It's fair. No,
is that what would you like to do that?
No, I would not.
All right, then I would not like to take you shopping. Okay? I'm just trying. Yeah, so what's up?
What are you doing for the rest of the day?
Honestly, I'm supposed to meet up with my cousin that lives out here, but it seemed like he canceled.
Okay. Would you be interested in maybe like going by the mall, having some fun, doing a little bit of shopping?
Why would I want to go to the mall?
Well, they have really nice malls here.
I understand that, but I don't need to go shopping.
Well, you look like the kind of guy who likes to provide for a nice woman.
No. See, you got me.
Bored with your same 3 healthy meals? Make a Green Chef dinner with me. Tonight, it's organic Greek chicken bulgur with spinach. Organic veggies, no artificial colors or sweeteners, just natural whole foods. I'm loving the Mediterranean meals. Faithful.
Welcome back to official Black Wall Street, the largest award-winning platform connecting you to the best in Black-owned products and services. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell icon so you never miss out on any of our content. In her reimagining of Judy Blume's Forever on Netflix, Mara Brock Akil transports viewers to Martha's Vineyard, specifically Oak Bluffs. This northern town has long been a cherished summer haven for the Black community, serving as a living symbol of Black excellence and legacy, and remain a popular spot for many affluent Black families like the Obamas and icons like Oprah and Spike Lee. When describing Martha's Vineyard, Mara Brock Akil once said, "It's our island, it's our history, it's our legacy. It's what we have collectively worked hard for, to keep alive and to keep thriving." But with all that love, Martha's Vineyard fills up fast. So if your summer plans are still taking shape and the vineyard is already booked, don't worry. Here are more historically black beach getaways around the country that are worth adding to your summer list. Sag Harbor, New York. Located on the eastern end of Long Island in the Hamptons, Sag Harbor has been a sought-after destination since the 1940s, attracting middle-class black families. Often referred to as the Black Hamptons, it is home to the historic Sands District that includes Sag Harbor Hills, Azurus, and Nineveh Beach subdivisions. Established during the Jim Crow era as a refuge from racial discrimination, it became a sanctuary for people of color and remains a culturally significant retreat to this day. Highland Beach, Maryland. In 1893, Charles Douglas, son of renowned abolitionist and civil rights activist Frederick Douglass and his wife Laura, purchased a parcel of land that would eventually become Highland Beach, one of the oldest major black resort towns. This purchase came as a response to being denied entry into a restaurant at the Black Ridge Resort on Chesapeake Bay because they were African American. After the first cottage was built in 1894, Highland Beach quickly became a popular destination for prominent black intellectuals such as W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. In 1922, it became the first black municipality in Maryland. Today, descendants of the original settlers still own and operate many of the homes. Still own and occupy many of the homes. Atlantic Beach, South Carolina. Founded in 1934, Atlantic Beach is known as the Black Pearl. Many of the residents are descendants of the Gullah Geechee people, a group of former enslaved persons from the Low Country whose
Compounded semaglutide is not FDA approved. Wegovy is.
Are you ready? Let's go. Some energy and some time. Then you're gonna get the results you want.
You can be in the gym all the time and call yourself a gym rat, which is true. Because the difference between a gym rat and a gym bro is bones. Life is a game of bones. The knowledge in this video is from the book below, so you can check that out too, if you want to. Now, first of all, as a male, life is on easy mode if you're tall and you don't get picked on and you have the most masculine advantage. A good bone structure leads to an attractive face. At the end of the day, no amount of skincare or makeup can change what's under your skin. So if your bones are weak, then automatically you end up with a bad look, even with a ton of makeup. There is no makeup for your bones. Now, since I've blackpilled you about bones and how important they are, now you might be asking how to get them or how to have a good bone density. Well, it's not hard and you can get great bone density at any age using my method. So as a male, there are three things responsible for your bones. The number one is your growth hormone, and the second one is the IGF-1, and last but not the least is testosterone. You have to maximize these three. I will show you how to.
In the grand halls of American memory, marble statues and oil paintings immortalize the founding fathers: Jefferson, Washington, Franklin, Madison, men celebrated as architects of liberty and champions of freedom. Their names are etched into
Where am I?
Here's a map of Harlem Township.
Alright, not quite. That's good.
textbooks, their faces printed on currency, and their legacies honored in ceremonies and speeches. But behind this familiar story of white powdered wigs and parchment declarations lies another, varied narrative, one less comfortable, far more complex, and profound. profoundly essential. It is the story of Black founding fathers, not in the metaphorical sense, but in the literal flesh and blood reality of Black intellectuals, soldiers, entrepreneurs, diplomats, and revolutionaries who helped lay the very foundations of the American Republic, only to be erased from the official record. What if we told you that some of the minds who helped shape the revolutionary spirit of 1776 were men of African descent? What if the success of the American Revolution, the functioning of early American government, and even the survival of colonies themselves could be traced back to Black brilliance and sacrifice? The early republic was not the work of a singular race of elites. It was a patchwork quilt, often stitched by callous Black hands, and guided by visionaries whose skin color made them invisible to a whitewashed history. In colonial America, people of African descent, many of them free, others enslaved, were not mere bystanders. They were political organizers, philosophers, soldiers, sailors, writers, and orators. They were there when liberty was conceived and fiercely advocated for its universal application, even as the new republic denied them its roots. For example, when the ink was still wet on the Declaration of Independence, a formerly enslaved man named Prince Hall in Boston was already publicly petitioning the government to abolish slavery and grant Black men full citizenship. Hall was not only a fierce abolitionist, but also the founder of the first Black Masonic Lodge in the United States, an institution that trained leaders and nurtured Americans well into the 19th century. Throughout the Revolutionary War, thousands of Black men, free and enslaved, fought for the American cause, lured by promises of freedom that would mostly go unfulfilled. Figures like James Armistead Lafayette, a spy who played a pivotal role in securing the American victory at the Battle of Yorktown by feeding false intelligence to the British, were instrumental to the success of the war. George Washington himself owed part of his final victory to Armistead's espionage. Yet instead of receiving accolades and land like his white counterparts, Armistead had to petition the Virginia legislature for years just to obtain the freedom he had been promised. Beyond the battlefield, there were brilliant Black minds influencing politics, shaping ideology, and challenging America to live up to its rhetoric of liberty and equality. One such voice was that of Benjamin Banneker, a self-taught mathematician, astronomer, and surveyor. Banneker helped design the layout of Washington, D.C., and boldly challenged Thomas Jefferson in a now famous 1790, calling him out. He reminded Jefferson that Black people were not intellectually inferior, offering his own published almanacs as proof. Jefferson acknowledged Banneker's talent, but his legacy would be downplayed for centuries. Another forgotten architect of early Black political thought was Richard Allen, a formerly enslaved the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the first independent Black denomination in the United States. Allen's not just religious, it was deeply political. The AME Church became a hub for abolitionist organizing, mutual aid, and community governance, embodying the ideals of self-determination long before civil rights would become a national conversation. It's also impossible to ignore the intellectual and ideological influence of African culture and spirituality on the American experience. Enslaved Africans brought with them traditions of oral storytelling, communal responsibility, resistance, and religious complexity, elements that enriched the cultural fabric of early America. The Black Founding Fathers were not simply copycats of Enlightenment ideals. They were heirs to an entirely different intellectual lineage, one that valued freedom, collective identity, and spiritual justice. Often, these Black leaders empowered Black communities and built infrastructure essential to the development of early American society. Haynes, for instance, was the first Black man ordained as a minister in the United States and preached about liberty and equality using both biblical scripture and revolutionary ideology. Paul Cuff, a wealthy Black ship captain and businessman, used his fortune to promote Black economic independence and even advocated for African American resettlement in West vision. That liberty was not private privilege but a public inheritance. Their erasure from history wasn't accidental, it was strategic. A country that celebrated Black genius would have to confront the contradictions at its core. Acknowledging the contributions of black founding fathers means reckoning with a truth America has long refused to face. That black people didn't just build the nation physically, they helped design its intellectual architecture. The rewriting of history began almost as soon as it ended. In the early republic, the myth of white exceptionalism was enshrined in school books and political speeches. Black contributions were either diminished or entirely omitted, and as Jim Crow laws institutionalized racial apartheid, history was further sanitized to fit the narrative of white supremacy. The Civil War and Reconstruction further complicated the memory of black agency, as the South sought to erase any notion that African Americans had ever been leaders, visionaries, or patriots. Yet the legacy of these black founding fathers lives on. Every demand for civil rights, every protest against injustice, every act of black excellence in America carries the echoes of their voices. They laid the foundation for resistance, for empowerment, for hope. They demanded a nation that lived up to its promises. And while their names may not appear in the monument on Capitol Hill, their fingerprints are all over the American soul. To recover these stories is not to rewrite history. It is to restore it. It is to finally make visible the men who believed in the American experiment when America refused to believe in them. These were not footnotes in the story of the revolution. They were its co-authors, and it is time we said their names.
1, 2, 3. Smile.
So I'm at a bar or a restaurant called Paco's, and I meet the owner. And the owner is really cool. And he's welcoming, he's saying, hey, welcome to, hope you enjoy your time here. And I'm like, thank you. Actually, I was looking for a bar that I could go to. Can you recommend any places? I was just gonna walk around after I finished this drink. And he said, well, maybe don't walk around by yourself here. He said, there's a lot of women who walk around at night who are going to try to solicit you, and they're going to try to steal your phone. And he said, if you go down this street and this street, it might be even worse for you. He said, I wouldn't go alone. He was like, do you ever...
Okay, so shout out to this guy. His name is Jay Ware. The video is called The Dominican Republic is Terrible Black American Experience. So he's there solo traveling by himself, and this guy, as you heard, has told him, hey, listen, you shouldn't go out by yourself because women will try to rob you, right? This is not uncommon in Latin America, but watch what the guy tells he should do.
Like, do you ever here? Like, no, probably. I wouldn't go out alone, but here, I have a friend. I'll have him take you to a bar, a nice bar near you. Here's where I messed up. So he asked me, he says, do you want girls? Now, when I hear something like that, the first thing that comes to my mind is, do you want night walkers? Or do you want women of the night? Now, I like to do my own thing. And if I can help it, I'd rather not do that at all. So I say no, but I think he took that as me wanting the opposite sex.
Should I call you mister?
Oh,
this is gonna get worse. Okay.
So that's when things get even weirder. So the guy comes, and this is the street that he takes me down to get to this bar right here. And this alley is extremely dark. I understand this is a street, but it feels like an alley because it's eerie and it's dark. And I understand that post this may look like a relatively well-lit street, but it's not. There are some kind of gymnastics that my phone is doing to make this street and this image seem brighter than what it is. And in retrospect, I may have just been scared, and I'm most certainly not too proud to admit that I may have just been frightened and under duress, because what happens next is why I felt like that. So as I'm walking down this dark, eerie alley, Paco's friend turns to me and he says, "Hey, so are you looking for girls?"
Okay, so remember his friend from the bar, he's like, look, don't go out by yourself. I'm gonna send this dude to help you go to the next bar, right? And they're going down this dark alley. Remember, the guy's already asked him, do you want girls? And he says no. Now, if you guys ever been in Latin America, I've been to Brazil once.
You're one of a kind. Your care should be too. Personalized care plans, coordinated.
The once. Male on male clapping is not a bad thing. So they don't look at it in the same way that Africa might, or most African countries. So booty clapping on booty clapping, it's okay, right? Usually. I don't know about the DR, but it seems to be like maybe more okay than it is here where I live. But let's see what happens.
I got plates for girls. And I'm like, oh man, I just language barrier. I can't elaborate to him that I want to get a drink. And then if there are girls there, then it'll go from there. You know what I mean? So I just stopped there. Like, hey, no, I just want to get a drink. And so I guess he takes that as me wanting the opposite sex. So what he does next, he turns and he whips out his meat. I kid you not. Not exaggerating. He literally pulls out meat.
Whoa!